Good evening, everyone. Welcome to the December 21st zoning meeting of the Charlotte City Council. We wish everyone a wonderful holiday. I think Hanukkah is over, and we are entering into the season of Christmas and Kwanzaa. And so we wish every one of our residents a safe and happy holiday time. So I'm calling the meeting of December 21st to order. Tonight's zoning meeting is being held as a virtual meeting in accordance with the electronic meeting statutes.
Corey, can you hear me?
The requirements of notice, access, and minutes are being met through electronic means. The public can watch this on the government channel, the city's Facebook page, or the city's YouTube page. We have one council member who is traveling, and we wish her safe travels, but she will not be able to attend the meeting tonight. Councilmember Mayor Pro Tem Julie Eisel. And I understand that Mr. Newton will join us for the decision portion of the meeting and will not be able to stay on for the zoning hearings. So with that, I'd like to start out again with our introductions in the order that's been provided to you today or in the past. I am Vi Lyles, and I serve as mayor. Ms. Ajmira?
Dimple Ajmira at large.
Braxton Winston at large.
Happy Monday, Larkin Eggleston, District 1.
Malcolm Graham, District 2.
Victoria Watlington, District 3.
Renee Johnson, District 4.
Tarek Bakari, District 6.
And Driggs, District 7.
Okay. I did not hear Mr. Newton. Mr. Newton, are you on verbally with us? Did you hear Mr. Newton? I see him, but I just didn't hear him say he was in. Matt Newton from District 5.
I think he just has a bad connection on the audio.
Good evening, everyone. Matt Newton, District 5.
Okay. Well, we'll try to get you a little bit better on the audio side. Corey will work with us. And did I hear from Mr. Mitchell? Okay, we'll come back, and when Mr. Mitchell is ready to join us, we will. So tonight, I wanted to talk a little bit before we go any further, is that in speaking with our ideas about having the meetings go virtual, particularly our zoning meeting, which is really prescribed so closely by what we have to do in terms of legal process, we are going to really need to have everyone that's visual on the screen to be able to vote. So if you're not being shown on the screen, you will not be, and if you're not physically visible on the screen, then you will be noted as being absent for that vote, and that note will have to be made in the minutes of the meeting. So I just want to do this and make sure everybody understands that
Madam Mayor?
I'm sorry.
Just so I'm clear on that.
I'm not who's talking?
Ms.
Watlington? Yes.
When you say absent, for that vote, so that's a vote in the affirmative, correct?
I'm sorry, I couldn't understand the end of the sentence.
When you say absent for that vote, you're saying, so if someone is here, are they counted as affirmative for that vote, or are they not recorded?
So we've been examining this. You must be, your vote is for each individual item. So if we do a zoning decision and you're not visible on the screen, you will be marked as being absent for that vote. And a no vote. So you'll be absent and a no vote. So you must be visible virtually to be able to be counted affirmatively, or however you decide to vote, for your vote to count either way.
I'm sorry.
Madam Mayor, you mean no?
I'm sorry, I can't, Ms. Watlington had the floor, so I think Mr. Driggs follows Ms. Watlington. Ms. Watlington?
Just real quick, you said you would be a no vote, so there is not an abstention if you are absent?
There's no abstention for absenteeism, no. So you must, what I'm saying is if the vote can be yes for the petition or no for the petition, or you can, if you're not on the screen, you will be, and Ms. Hegler Gray, is that a no vote or just absent? Because my notes from the meeting that we had, it was that you would be noted as being absent.
So we are asking that everyone make themselves visible for all the votes. If you are, and that is per the statute, that you are maintaining simultaneous communication. When you are not maintaining simultaneous communication, if you have any issues with your technology, you need to, we will not be able to tell if you, and we need you to let us know that you're no longer available and present at the meeting. If you are having issues and you cannot be visible and all we can see is your name, we do need to hear your voice. So the mayor will be calling everyone's name tonight, and we need to make sure that you, at least if you're not visible, that you announce your name and your vote. If you cannot do either one of those things, then you will be counted as a no vote.
So I'm
Which
sorry.
is different than our previous, our current rules of procedure, in which if you were in a meeting and then you left, you would be counted.
We
as
can't hear you,
present.
Ms. Watlington. You got to get into the mic. Can you speak more directly into your microphone, please?
I don't know
We
where it
lose
is. Can you hear me now?
Yes.
Okay, currently, our rules of procedure state that if you have come to the meeting and you have been marked present and you leave, say you're at the bathroom or you had to exit early, your votes are counted as affirmative. What I just heard is we are doing the opposite, correct?
That's correct. The remote legislation that was passed back in May specifically addresses electronic meetings under a declaration of emergency, and so you're right, that will not be the case for virtual meetings.
Thank you.
So it's the emergency declaration that has caused us to do this because we've chosen to go virtual. It would be different if you were in the physical space. So I think Mr. Driggs also had a question.
In the same vein, I just want, Mayor, you said no vote. Does that mean I voted no, or I count as not having voted?
Ms. Hagler-Gray?
Leave our cameras on for half an hour and we'll not have to worry about any of this.
I'm sorry, Mr. Eggleston. Mr. Driggs has the floor, and I couldn't hear your comment, so let's just make sure. Ms. Hagler-Gray,
Yeah, Mr.
response?
Driggs, could you repeat your question, Mr. Driggs?
When the mayor said it's a no vote, does that mean that you didn't vote or that you voted no?
If you do not answer, if you do not answer, then typically, if we are present in the chamber and you did not answer, but you were present at the beginning of the meeting and the quorum was counted, you would be considered a yes vote. But since we are under the remote meeting legislation, if you do not answer, then the mayor will count you as a no vote.
So the rules are different from meetings that we have in the chamber in person and the rules for the virtual meeting. So if I apologize, I think that Ms. Hagler-Gray is giving me additional information. So if it's either you only get to say yes or no. You can say no, but if you're not on screen visually, you will be a no vote. And I'm going to ask Ms. Hagler-Gray if Mr. Newton wants to leave the meeting after the decision-making. Does he need to, we need to note that as that he is no longer present for the meeting and he is absent from that point on. But that will be for the hearings, and so it doesn't really matter for the voting. But so I want to make sure everybody's clear on that. Is everyone clear? And I know it's always, we're always working at it, so thank you for your patience and understanding.
Hey, Mayor, I'm sorry, I had my hand raised. This is,
All right, Mrs.
Johnson.
Ms. Johnson, yes.
So this is contrary to our current rule. So this is an electronic meeting rule. Has this been effective? A couple questions. Has this been effective since March? Should we have been complying with this? And are there votes that we need to go back and take a look at because we were operating under the in-person rules?
We are not going to go back and take a look at votes that were taken in the past. We hope that this will just help us be more precise. What has happened originally when we started out virtually, everybody was pretty much focused and it was there. But as we've taken some time throughout this, it has become a little bit more that people kind of walk away and come back. So what we're really doing is going back and trying to make sure that we tighten up. So right now, my understanding is that that's where we're going to be headed.
Yeah.
So we'll do this for as long as the emergency declaration is in play, and then we'll see what happens after that. But this is in part to make it easier for both the clerk, the attorney, and myself to conduct the meeting in a way that works. I've also wanted to say that I will call the roll in the same order every time so that you'll know when your turn is coming up. Usually I just try to play a little bit around so that I can see who's on the screen, but with this process, I don't have to worry, is someone there or not there? Because in the past, when we've been taking the vote, someone might get up and walk out, and I was like, well, do I go back to them? And I've skipped around. No more skipping around. The vote will be called in the same order consistently throughout this meeting. So I'm going to tell you that order. Since the Mayor Pro Tem is not here, I will start off with Mr. Winston, Mr. Mitchell, Ms. Ajmira, Mr. Driggs, Ms. Watlington, Ms. Johnson, Mr. Bakari, Mr. Graham, Mr. Newton, Mr. Eggleston. So that will be the order of the vote tonight. All right. So with that, it is now time for our invocation, and Councilmember Johnson will be giving us our invocation, followed by the Pledge of Allegiance. Do I see Mr. Mitchell? If not, I will be doing the Pledge of Allegiance. So, Ms. Johnson?
Okay. If we bow our heads, Father, we thank you for another opportunity to come together and to bless you. Thank you for this holiday season. May you grant peace to those throughout the city that are struggling. Remind them of the reason for the season and the joy of the season. Please remind us to remember that we are your servants, Lord, and we ask that you continue to bless the mayor, the city, and all of those under the sound of my voice. Amen.
Amen. Thank you. We'll stand for the Pledge of Allegiance. Mr. Mitchell? If Mr. Mitchell, I'm going to lead the pledge or recite the pledge. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Thank you, everyone. Okay. So the next item on our agenda is an explanation of our zoning process. The zoning process, as I said, is very prescriptive, particularly descriptive during this pandemic. Our process begins with applications submitted to the planning staff. There are two types of cases: decisions and hearings. Decisions on cases where a public hearing has already been held will have no further comment. The council will discuss that and make a decision about those cases. We've asked anyone that wishes to speak to sign up by a deadline set by the city clerk this morning. And so in our hearings, if you wish to speak, we will have you, we have a list of those folks signed up, and you'll be called in that order. There will be times allocated for that. So let me go through that. First, there's a staff presentation on a hearing, and there's no limit. The petitioner and those people in favor get 3 minutes to present the case for the petition, unless their opponents sign up to speak. If staff is in opposition, which is not one that we have today, the petitioner gets 10 minutes, opponents get 10 minutes, and the petitioner gets a 2-minute rebuttal. If no one is opposed or signed up to speak, the staff provides a short presentation of the petition. The public hearing is closed and the next hearing is open. At the end of the this public hearing, the petition then goes to the zoning committee of the Planning Commission for review and recommendation. We try to maintain good decision-making, and so the council has approved a procedure that at 10 p.m. we will end our zoning meeting and reconvene at the next business meeting, and so that would be in January of 2021. That might be a good sign for some folks, I expect. So we will assess that. If it's something that we're close to the end and finishing the agenda, I will try to make that happen. If not, if there are a number of cases, we will recess around 10. We have some deferrals that we can do all in one motion tonight. So I'm going to read the deferrals, and so that you can make note of them. Our first deferral is item number 4, petition 2019-085, American Asset Corporation for 23 acres in the area of Arrowwood Road in District 3, and they are withdrawing the petition. The following items are being requested as deferrals until January the 19th, 2021. Item 5, petition 2019-179, Ron Staley, Verity Homes for 1 acre on the intersection of Parkwood and Hawthorne Lane in District 1. Item 15, Matt Connolly, petition 2020-105 by Matt Connolly, White Zombie, approximately 1 acre located on the northwest side of Siegel Avenue in District 1. The item 20, petition 2020-118, TWG Development for approximately 9 acres located off District Drive in between W.T. Harris and District 4. Item 26, 2020-133 by D.R. Horton for approximately 26 acres located on the south side of Hamilton Road, east of Youngblood Road, west of Steel Creek in District 3. Do I have a motion for said withdrawal and
So moved.
Madam Mayor?
deferrals? Yes, I'm looking, I need to see the people on the screens right now, or the people that have raised their hands. Ms. Watlington?
I'd like to add a petition to the deferral list. I'm not sure.
You got to talk into your mic, Ms. Watlington. We lose you.
I'd like to add a petition to the deferral list. And so my question is this the appropriate time to do so?
No, the appropriate time would be when we get to that petition.
So that would be under the actual item on the agenda. So you could say yes, no, defer. That would be at that time. So
I'll second Councilmember Driggs' motion.
So I believe that I heard the motion was passed or made by Mr. Eggleston. Did I have a second?
Make the motion.
Mr. Driggs? And who made the second? Ms. Watlington. It really helps if you guys speak into the mic because it's hard in these rooms to make sure everybody's being heard. All right, we'll start with our roll call vote, yes or no. Mr. Winston?
Yes.
Mr. Mitchell?
Yes.
Ms. Ajmira?
Yes.
Mr. Driggs?
Yes.
Ms. Watlington?
Yes.
Ms. Johnson?
Yes.
Mr. Bakari?
Yes.
Mr. Graham?
Yes.
Mr. Newton?
Yes.
Mr. Eggleston?
Yes.
The motion passes unanimously. All right, so we do have some items that have changes after the zoning committee's meeting, and that will be item number 6. And we'll do those when they come up. So, all right, I don't think that I took the time, and I apologize to the zoning committee. Who's representing the zoning committee this evening? And if you would recognize the members of the zoning committee of the Planning Commission.
Good evening, Madam Mayor. This is the Zoning Committee Chair, Keitha Samuel. Along with us tonight, watching via the city's Facebook page or YouTube, are Commissioners Walton, Elizabeth McMillan, Andrew Blumenthal, Aaron Barbie, Peter Kelly, and Victoria Wasike. On January 5th, 2021, the Zoning Committee of the Planning Commission will meet to deliberate on the petitions being heard tonight. That meeting will not be a continuation of tonight's public hearing. There will not until a member of the zoning committee has a specific question that is best answered by a member of the public. Thank you.
Okay, so I just wanted to make sure that the zoning committee has been recognized, and the chair, you will ask any questions that the zoning committee members would have if there is a question during the hearings, right? Or during the decisions. Is that correct?
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you very much. You guys do great work, and we really appreciate it. So with that, I think those are all the formalities on the zoning procedures and efforts. We do have one item that we have prior to the zoning committee, and it is agenda item number 3, which is the city clerk's compensation. On November the 2nd, the mayor and council met to conduct the performance evaluation of the clerk and to discuss her potential compensation. We are glad to say that we have one of the most effective clerks working with us in the city, and we are going to have, in her review, have made a recommendation. So I need a motion to approve a 4% merit-based pay increase for the city clerk, Ms. Stephanie Kelly, effective July 4th, 2020, in recognition of her performance from July 1st, 2019 to July 3rd, 2020. Do I have a motion?
So moved.
Mr. Driggs, and the second is
Councilman Mitchell.
Second, Councilman Newton.
and the second is Councilmember Newton. Is there any discussion? Hearing no discussion, we'll go ahead and have our vote. Mr. Winston?
Yes.
Mr. Driggs? I'm sorry, Mr. Mitchell?
Yes.
Ms. Ajmira?
Yes.
Mr. Driggs?
Yes.
Ms. Watlington?
Yes.
Ms. Johnson?
Yes.
Mr. Bakari?
Yes.
Mr. Graham?
Yes.
Mr. Newton?
Yes.
Mr. Eggleston? The motion
Yes.
passes unanimously. So the next item on our agenda begins our I'm sorry, I almost got to 4B before I got to 4. Does everyone have their agenda for 4B? Everyone have the notes that were sent out by email this afternoon for 4B?
Mayor, I do not, but that's okay.
All right, if you look in your email, you can see it. This is a rezoning petition for a requested, current zoning is R3, I'm sorry, petition 2019-128. The petition is for, the current zoning is single-family residential R3. The proposed zoning is mixed-use, MX3 mixed-use, and UR2CD urban residential conditional. And it is for approximately 240 acres located on the west side of Steel Creek Road, and it is in District 3, I believe?
That's correct.
In District 3. And the petitioner is Pulte Homes. So with that, the zoning committee voted to recommend approval with the consistency statement as you see on the board, and the staff also recommends approval. Is that correct, Mr. Patton?
That's correct.
All right, so with that, do I have a motion on the floor for item number 4B?
Motion to approve and adopt.
Second.
All right, we have a motion and a second. Ms. Watlington and Mr. Mitchell. Is there any discussion?
Yes.
Ms. Watlington?
Yes, ma'am, thank you. I just wanted to highlight the great work that the Pulte Group did in conjunction with SCRA, the Steel Creek Residents Association. This one is leading the way in terms of thinking holistically about how traffic impacts can be mitigated by developers throughout the zoning process. So I just wanted to hit a couple of quick highlights here. This site plan is a proposed development of up to 550 single-family homes at a density of 2.4 DUA with 30% open space and 150 continuing care residential units. The site plan features a commitment to provide greenway connectivity, significant open space, and extensive internal street network. The proposed density is less than the current R3 zoning. The plan is consistent with the adopted land use policy of the Steel Creek Plan, and there is community support. The Steel Creek Residents Association has provided a letter of support. From a transportation standpoint, as I said, benchmark, the proposed rezoning includes infrastructure improvements at 15 access points or intersections in the area, some of which are not even adjacent to the site. So again, I will say thank you for the work of Moran Van Allen and Pulte on this. So I am happy to support tonight.
All right, is there any further discussion? Hearing no further discussion, I'll begin the vote. Mr. Winston?
Yes.
Mr. Mitchell?
Yes.
Ms. Ajmira,
Yes.
Mr. Driggs,
Yes.
Ms. Watlington,
Yes.
Ms. Johnson,
Yes.
Mr. Bakari,
Yes.
Mr. Graham,
Yes.
Mr. Newton,
Yes.
Mr. Eggleston.
Yes.
Thank you. All right, the next item on our agenda is item number 5, a petition by 2019-179 by Ron Staley of Verity Homes. That was deferred, wasn't, sorry, excuse me, I didn't mark that down.
Correct, yep.
All right, the next item is item number 6. It's a rezoning petition 2019-180 by Justin Adams for approximately 5 acres located on the west side of Wallace Road, west of East Independence in District 6. The current zoning is R3 single family and urban residential conditional, and the proposed zoning is urban residential conditional and urban residential conditional site plan amendment. The zoning committee voted 6-0 to approve, and the staff recommended approval. However, there has been, is this item 6 the same one from Selwyn Property Group? I've got a, Mr. Patine, Mr. Patine.
No, I have my numbers on the change after zoning committee incorrect, so this one doesn't have any changes.
This one has no changes.
No.
And so with that, do I have a motion?
Yes, Madam Mayor, motion to adopt and approve?
Second.
Mr. Newton makes the motion, Ms. Ajmira made the second. Is there any discussion? Hearing no discussion, I'll begin the roll call vote. Mr. Winston?
Yes.
Mr. Mitchell?
Yes.
Who's the block up there? Okay, all right. Mr. Mitchell, Ms. Ajmira?
Yes.
Mr. Driggs?
Yes.
Ms. Watlington?
Yes.
Ms. Johnson?
Yes.
Mr. Bakari?
Yes.
Mr. Graham?
Yes.
Mr. Newton?
Yes.
Mr. Eggleston?
Yes.
All right, the next item on our agenda is item number 7. That motion passes unanimously. I'm sorry, I should have said that. The next item on our agenda is item number 7, rezoning petition 2020-013 by Boulevard for approximately 0.6 of an acre located on the east side of Tryon, and it's in District 3. The current zoning is R8, single-family residential. The proposed zoning is urban residential commercial conditional. The zoning committee and the staff recommend approval of this petition. There are no changes in order. So is there a motion to accept the zoning committee statement of consistency as our own and approve the petition?
So moved.
Second.
All right. That was a motion by Ms. Watlington and second by Mr. Driggs. Is there any discussion? Hearing no discussion, we'll go to the vote. Mr. Winston?
Yes.
Mr. Mitchell?
Yes.
Ms. Ajmira?
Yes.
Mr. Driggs?
Yes.
Ms. Watlington?
Yes.
Ms. Johnson?
Yes.
Mr. Bakari?
Yes.
Mr. Graham?
Yes.
Mr. Newton?
Yes.
Mr. Eggleston?
Yes.
All right, the next item on our agenda is item number 8, zoning decision for petition 2020-014 by Carolina Builders for approximately 3.9 acres on the eastern side of Irwin Road and north of Tryon Street in District 3. The current zoning is single-family residential, 8 units per acre. The proposed zoning is urban residential conditional. The zoning committee and the staff recommend approval of this petition. Do I have a motion for this item?
So moved.
Second.
The motion to approve, I'm sorry, I shorthanded that. Do I have a motion to adopt and use the zoning committee statement of consistency?
Yes. So moved.
Second.
All right, Ms. Watlington and Mr. Driggs. Is there any discussion?
Yes.
Ms. Watlington?
I just wanted to say on this one in particular that this one is, the density is less than the entitlement, as well as the Still Creek Resident Association did not feel that it would be a significant impact, particularly given the improvements that are coming with the Pulte rezoning.
All right, any further comments? Hearing no further comments, Mr. Winston,
Yes.
Mr. Mitchell,
Yes.
Ms. Ajmira,
Yes.
Mr. Driggs,
Yes.
Ms. Watlington,
Yes.
Ms. Johnson,
Yes.
Mr. Bakari,
Yes.
Mr. Graham,
Yes.
Mr. Newton,
Yes.
Mr. Eggleston.
Yes.
The petition is approved. The next item is item number 9, and this is a rezoning petition 2020-037 by the City of Charlotte for approximately 49 acres on the north and south side of Russell Avenue in District 2. The current zoning is single-family residential, 5 units per acre, and the proposed zoning is single-family residential, 5 units per acre, with a historic district overlay. The zoning committee and the staff recommend approval of this petition. Do I have a motion to adopt this petition as recommended and approve the statement of consistency?
So moved.
Second.
I didn't hear who said that.
So moved, Braxton.
Mr. Winston and Mr. Newton, Mr. Mitchell, thank you. All right, is there any discussion? Hearing no discussion, Mr. Winston,
Yes.
Mr. Mitchell,
Yes.
Ms. Ajmira,
Yes.
Mr. Driggs,
Yes.
Ms. Watlington,
Yes.
Ms. Johnson,
Yes.
Mr. Bakari,
Yes.
Mr. Graham,
Yes.
Mr. Newton, Mr. Newton? Mr. Newton has lost his signal, so he'll be recorded as a no vote. All right. Mr. Eggleston?
Yes.
All right. The next item on your agenda is item number 10, petition 2020-042 by Boulevard Real Estate Advisors for approximately 2/10 of an acre located east of South Tryon in District 3. The current zoning is single-family residential, 5 units. Proposed zoning is office conditional. The zoning committee and the staff recommend approval of this petition. Do I have a motion to adopt the zoning committee statement of consistency and approve this petition?
So moved.
Ms.
Second.
Watlington, followed by, who is the second?
Driggs.
Mr.
Driggs.
Driggs. Thank you. All right, so is there any discussion? Hearing no discussion, we'll go right into the vote. Mr. Winston,
Yes.
Mr. Mitchell,
Yes.
Ms. Ajmira,
Yes.
Mr. Driggs,
Yes.
Ms. Watlington,
Yes.
Ms. Johnson,
Yes.
Mr. Bakari,
Yes.
Mr. Graham,
Yes.
Mr. Newton,
Yes.
Mr. Eggleston.
Yes.
Yes.
All right, the motion passes. The next item on our agenda is item number 11, zoning petition 2020-052 by Selwyn Property Group for approximately 1 acre located on the west side of the intersection of East Boulevard and Scott. It's in District 1. The current zoning is neighborhood services with a pedestrian overlay. The proposed zoning is mixed-use development, conditional pedestrian overlay. The zoning committee and the staff recommend approval of this petition. Do I have a motion to approve this petition and adopt the zoning committee statement of consistency as our own? And we have a change in this petition. Excuse me. Before we go to that motion, I just wanted to make a note that we have a change in this petition that requires a 3/4 vote by the council to make a decision on whether or not the change is significant enough to send back to the zoning committee for a vote. And I'm going to ask Mr. Pettin to explain what those changes are and the staff, and that the staff recommend not to send it back. Mr. Pettin.
Sure, thank you, Madam Mayor. The petitioner in this petition has worked with the Dilworth Community Association, made some changes. Those changes were increasing the height of the cantilever that's proposed to a minimum of 26 feet above the sidewalk. There were also some changes to the clarification that trees along East Boulevard would be located in grates along the sidewalk And also, there was a revision to the building material notes that better define the preferred materials along the frontages of East Boulevard and Scott Avenue. Particularly, there was a total prohibition on hardy plank, restriction of cementitious panels along the East Boulevard and Scott Avenue frontages, and then some commitments along the southern elevation for 20% of that building face would contain those preferred materials in the notes of the plans, and then again, those tree grates on East Boulevard. So those were all changes that were made in conjunction with the Community Association, so staff feels there do not warrant any additional review by the zoning committee, and we don't recommend they go back forward for another vote.
Do I have a
Motion not
motion?
send back.
Mr. Winston? Mr.
Second.
Winston and Mr. Driggs, second a motion not to send it back to the zoning committee. So with that, we'll start off on that vote with Mr. Winston,
Yes.
Mr. Mitchell,
Yes.
Ms. Ajmira,
Yes.
Mr. Driggs,
Yes.
Ms. Watlington,
Yes.
Ms. Johnson,
Yes.
Mr. Bakari,
Yes.
Mr. Graham,
Yes.
Mr. Newton, Mr. Newton, and with Mr. Eggleston.
Yes.
All right, thank you. That motion passes. Now we'll go
Motion
to
to
the
adopt and
staff.
approve.
I'm sorry.
Second.
I
Motion to
heard
adopt and
Mr.
approve.
Eggleston and followed by Mr. Bakari, a motion to adopt and accept the zoning statement of consistency. Is there any discussion?
Yes.
Yes, Mr. Eggleston.
Yeah, just wanted to, literally, there was work going on between the DCA and the developer on this until as late as this morning. So appreciate all the back and forth between them to get to the point where DCA is no longer opposing this rezoning. But DCA did want to reiterate, as they've said to staff before, that they're concerned about the possible future movement of the curb. And they're hopeful that the city will not change the back of the curb in this block now in this new condition. So staff's aware of that concern, and I just wanted to reiterate that, but I am supporting this.
Thank you. Is there any further discussion? Hearing no further discussion, Mr. Winston,
Yes.
Mr. Mitchell,
Yes.
Ms. Ajmira,
Yes.
Mr. Driggs,
Yes.
Ms. Watlington,
Yes.
Ms. Johnson,
Yes.
Mr. Bakari, Mr. Bakari,
Yes.
Mr. Graham,
Yes.
Mr. Newton,
Yes.
Mr. Eggleston.
Yes.
The motion passes. The next item is item number 12, petition 2020-073 by Blue Azalea for approximately 4 acres located on the north and south side of Sharon View Road, west of Colony. It's in District 6. The current zoning is single-family residential, 3 units per acre, and the proposed zoning is urban residential conditional. The zoning committee and the staff recommend approval. Do I have a motion to approve the petition and adopt the zoning committee statement of consistency?
Move to adopt and approve, Bakari.
Second.
All right, motion by Mr. Bakari, followed by Mr. Driggs. Is there any discussion?
Yeah, just a quick point, Madam Mayor.
Yes, sir.
Just wanted to thank everyone. There was some complexity to this one, and the neighbors, the petitioner, and staff all came together with a rather elegant solution to a challenging issue. But I do want to shine a light on that for a second. We have tough decisions in front of us as it relates to this principle that CDOT and planning, again, has to put into practice, which is connectivity. And sometimes that means opening up streets for broader connectivity, which also brings more traffic. So it is never simple. It is always impactful and can be controversial. And I'm just so proud of the neighbors that activated in a positive way and had their voices heard, the petitioner that worked very hard, and the staff who I think really worked hard, stuck to their guns where necessary, but figured out ways to find concessions. So I think this was a model in how you take something hard and you figure it out. Thank you, guys.
All right, is there any further comment or discussion? All right, Mr. Winston,
Yes.
Mr. Mitchell,
Yes.
Ms. Ajmira,
Yes.
Mr. Driggs,
Yes.
Ms. Watlington,
Yes.
Ms. Johnson,
Yes.
Mr. Bakari,
Yes.
Mr. Graham,
Yes.
Mr. Newton,
Yes.
Mr. Eggleston.
Yes.
All right. Thank you very much. That moves us to item 13, rezoning petition 2020-076 by Greenberg Properties for approximately a half acre located the northeast intersection of Parkwood and Allen in the District 1. The current zoning is neighborhood business. The proposed zoning is neighborhood services. The zoning committee votes to approve as well as the staff. Do I have a motion to approve this petition and adopt the statement of consistency as our
Motion
own?
to adopt and approve.
Second.
We have Mr. Eggleston and Mr. Driggs making the motion and Mr. Driggs seconding the motion. Is there any discussion? Hearing no discussion, Mr. Winston,
Yes.
Mr. Mitchell,
Yes.
Ms. Ajmira,
Yes.
Mr. Driggs,
Yes.
Ms. Watlington,
Yes.
Ms. Johnson,
Yes.
Mr. Bakari,
Yes.
Mr. Graham,
Yes.
Mr. Newton,
Yeah.
Mr. Eggleston.
Yes.
Thank you. That petition is approved. The next item is item 14, and it is for petition 2020-090 by Remount, approximately 1.5 acres located on the south side of Watson Drive, west of Remount, north of West Boulevard, District 3. In District 3, the current zoning is R22 for multifamily residential. The proposed zoning is transit-oriented development with a transit transition. The zoning committee and the staff recommends approval of this petition. Do I have a motion to approve this petition and adopt the zoning committee statement of consistency as our own?
So moved.
Second.
Ms. Watlington, followed by Mr. Driggs, makes the motion and the second. Is there any discussion?
Yes, ma'am.
Ms. Watlington?
I just wanted to express thanks to Parker Poe as well as the petitioner. We spoke last time about this particular parcel and its relation to our corridors of opportunity investments and the need for ensuring that we would not be using this for a gas station or that type of property. And so wanted to make sure that folks were aware that there is a declaration of restrictive covenants included in this particular rezoning. And I'll just read a couple of key quick points from it. The declarant desires to preserve the character of the property by imposing certain restrictive covenants on the property as set forth in this declaration. To promote the proper and most desirable use and development of the property in accordance with the TOD-TR zoning classification of the city, subject to the restrictions and limitations imposed hereunder. To limit and restrict the use of the property by prohibiting in any form the use of the property for a gas station without the express written approval of the city. So with that, I am prepared to support. Thanks so much.
All right, any further discussion? Hearing no further discussion, Mr. Winston?
Yes.
Mr. Mitchell?
Yes.
Ms. Ajmira?
Yes.
Mr. Driggs?
Yes.
Ms. Watlington?
Yes.
Ms. Johnson?
Yes.
Mr. Bakari?
Yes.
Mr. Graham?
Yes.
Mr. Newton? Mr. Newton?
Yes.
Mr. Eggleston?
Yes.
Thank you. That petition passes. Next decision is item 15, petition 2020-105 by Matt Connolly, White Zombies. Approximately 9.9 of an acre located at the eastern corner of the intersection of Siegel and Van Every Street. It's in District 1. Current zoning is mixed-use development optional. Proposed zoning is urban residential commercial conditional. The zoning committee and the staff recommend approval of this item. Do I have a motion to approve this
was this
petition
one
and
of
adopt the zoning committee statement of consistency? And I need to recognize Mr. Pettin.
This item was deferred.
Oh, this was deferred.
Yes.
I thought I had all of that. Sorry, that item was deferred. Excuse me. So do I have any other deferrals besides?
Item 20, which is a decision, and item number 26, which is a hearing.
So that I don't waste the council's time, we'll just fix that now. 26.
Yeah, 20 and 26
I
are
got
the other
that
two.
one. That was deferred in the document. It's just this one. Okay, so we'll move to item 16, I apologize. This is petition 2020-113 by Catalyst Capital, approximately 6.9 acres located on the south side of Wilkinson along Berry Hill in District 3. The current zoning is light industrial. Proposed zoning is transit-oriented development community center. The zoning committee and the staff recommend approval of this petition. Is there a motion to approve this petition and adopt the zoning committee statement of consistency as our own?
Madam Mayor, this is Watlington. I just want to make sure I'm seeing 2020-114 on the screen. We are talking about 2020-113 right now, correct?
That's what I have in my book. We should be on 20 item. We have not finished. Right. This is item 16, not 15. We were ahead, I guess. Which one is that one? Okay, we're working on it. Just give us a minute. Item petition 2020-113 by Catalyst Capital.
I mean, I'm happy to move forward to support. I just want, so there's no confusion.
We need to show the, we need to show the community, the public, the statement of
Yeah,
consistency.
let's, if we can jump to the others, I can get it added into.
All right, so we're
the
coming back to
presentation.
15? Item
Yes, we'll-
15, item 16, come back to 16. All right, so 17 is 2020-114 by Freedom Drive Terminal. All right, so we're at the right place now. This is for approximately 6 acres located east of Little Rock, north of Fred Alexander. It's in District 3. The current zoning is neighborhood businesses, Lower Lake Wiley protected area, as well as single-family residential with the same protected area. The proposed zoning is light industrial, Lower Lake Wiley protected area. The zoning committee and the staff recommend approval of this item. Do I have a motion to approve the petition and adopt the zoning committee statement of consistency as our own?
Madam Mayor, I move to defer this one month to give the petitioner and petitioner agent time to talk to the community. This one, I'm sorry, I think Councilmember Ajmir just seconded it. Thank you.
All right, so we have a motion to defer. Do I have a second?
Yes, I did second it. This
All
is
right, Ms.
Council.
Ajmira made the second. Ms. Watlington made the motion to defer item number 17. Is there any discussion? And I have Mr. Bakari.
Yeah, I'm trying to play catch up here, obviously, hearing about it for the first time today, but I had this petitioner reach out to me, just really looking for help, and I just figured we'd talk about it as a group. Clearly, Ms. Watlington has gotten to a point where deferral is on her mind, and she feels that's the right course of action. The petitioner told me, and I'll put a grain of salt next to it because I don't necessarily know this person at all, that today at 1 o'clock, they received a message from Councilwoman Watlington for the first time, making them aware there could be an issue here. And, you know, as it relates to, at a glance at their proposal, it doesn't seem that out of the ordinary for what would be asked. This plot of land is between a Marathon tanker field and a Duke Energy power substation, and the rail goes right next to it. And this is not very far off there. Plus, it had staff support and zoning committee support. So I don't mean and want to necessarily meddle around in another district's activities, but when a petitioner reaches out a little bit confounded by what's going on there and no indication there was any issue and none that shows me there's anything that needs to be solved here, I just would pose the question to the council, you know, what's going on exactly, and is this something that we want the development community to think can happen to any of their proposals, not having heard of it, but 4 hours before we go into meeting?
So the question, are you asking Ms. Watlington about the?
Staff, I don't know if staff wants to chime in first.
Is the
Madam Mayor,
staff?
I can answer that question.
Well, I think he asked the staff first, and then I think if you
Right,
could
the staff
respond
doesn't have
to
the
it.
answer, I do.
Well, that may be correct, but I need to just go through he asked the staff a question. If they would defer that to you, that would be great. Mr. Patton, have you heard anything about the deferral?
Just this afternoon, I'm not aware of any communications we've had with the community up to this point, so I would defer that to Councilmember Watlington.
All right, Ms. Watlington?
Sure. So I want to be clear that I don't want the development community or our community at large to think that they will not have their information in advance. A couple of things on this one. I was very clear a month ago on this. When I called, I actually reached out to the petitioner agent today because I had not heard anything from them at all. I later found that the petitioner's agent, this is his first rezoning, operating, I guess, by himself, which is fine. And so with that, I made sure to reach out today because I had actually already received a letter, as we all did, from members of the community last month when 2020-49 came through that mentioned that they were in opposition to this particular petition. So this is not new news, but I reached out because I wanted to make sure, because I hadn't heard anything and hadn't been spoken to in regards to this from the petitioner or the agent, that there was not an issue. That's when I found out that the petition agent didn't know that he could reach out to me directly, and he had reached out to staff and felt like he had not got a clear answer and wasn't sure that he could talk to me personally. So that's what happened here. I did also speak to him and let him know that the community leaders that had reached out were not in support, and because I did not want this to get denied due to the fact that if they would be denied, that this would prevent a rezoning for the next 2 years, and because he explained to me that this was a long-term owner, I felt that the right thing to do would be to reach out, to give them time to reach out to the community and have that discussion. So that's why I'm moving forward deferral and not a denial here.
All right, Mr. Bakari, you've heard the response from Councilmember Watlington and the staff. Any further discussion?
All I've heard is last minute conversations. I haven't heard anything from the staff analysis, the zoning committee analysis, or anything else that says this is not completely within the wheelhouse of what we do dozens of times each month that requires another month of conversation. I mean, what he told me was in October, the only thing that he had discussed was in that Councilwoman Watlington had asked for a site plan, of which that's when he said he thought Mayor Pro Tem Isolt had stepped in and said in a conventional rezoning, that's not something we have. So he literally didn't, yes, he did say he was also new to me. He didn't say that he was indicated there was any takeaway. And for me, I'm just put all that aside. I don't necessarily know what has to be figured out between now and next month that would compensate for a needed deferral at this point.
So I just wanted to check with the staff. If this is a conventional petition, is this a conventional petition without any conditions that can be related to it?
That's correct.
So I think there has to be some discussion around, since it's conventional, the council certainly has the prerogative to defer. Usually that would include the petitioner being aware of it, and I'm not sure where that is. And so I'm going to go to is there anyone else that would like to weigh in on this? I think I need to recognize Mr. Driggs.
Yes, I've been sort of blindsided by this whole conversation. I didn't realize that there was a controversy about this. And I would like to understand the issues better. Normally inclined to support the district, but I take Mr. Bakari's point. So I guess my question is, do we know whether deferring this creates any particular hardship for the petitioner in terms of, say, money going hard or other scheduling concerns? I mean, is this a big issue for them, or do we know that?
I did ask if there would be.
You're asking who? Are you asking Ms. Watlington if she knows that, or the staff?
I guess I'd like to know if the staff has any ability to answer that, or Ms. Watlington, in that order.
Could you respond to the question, have you talked with the petitioner?
I'm not aware of any potential timeline issues. We did advise if they needed time to work with the community, they might want to consider deferral. After they considered that, they said they would like to just proceed forward. So I'm not aware that. I think we do have the petitioner on the line. They can always answer that question if we want to pose it to them.
All right. Would you like to ask Ms. Watlington and then the petitioner? We can ask the petitioner who's on the line. Mr. Driggs, what do you?
Yes, I would like to hear from the petitioner, if the petitioner is available. I must say, I've had no communication that I'm aware of from them, or at least no outreach. So If they want to tell us at this point what it means for them to wait another month, I'd be interested to hear it.
I'm going to just make sure that when we're doing this, that ordinarily, because this is a direct question on another motion for deferral, that's it acceptable to have the petitioner respond to the request for deferral. So the petitioner, I'm going to go ahead and ask Mr. Winston, and then we'll hear from the petitioner following that. And the petitioner's, I need his name, or I'll just recognize you, Mr. Patton, and then you can recognize or identify him for.
Yeah, the petitioner would be John Riordan, or
John?
Riordan?
Yeah. Reardon.
Yeah,
John Reardon.
yeah.
Okay.
R-I-O-R-D.
All right, Mr. Winston, you're recognized.
Yes, I support this deferral simply because I would be voting no against this right now. And I will, with taking into consideration Mr. Bakari's comments, just to put it out there to the community that pays attention to this stuff. I did raise my concerns in last month's hearings, but the questions, kind of a line of questioning that I spoke. I have not been reached out by the petitioner or anybody about this. So if anybody is paying attention, pay attention to the questions and the concerns that are raised in the hearings. We have several kind of pressures put on efficiencies with communicating throughout the month. So as it might not come to a surprise next month when I vote no on some things that haven't necessarily been met about, I guess. Thank you.
Also, Madam Mayor, Councilmember Driggs did say staff or Watlington, so I will wait on the petitioner. I'd like to respond to Councilmember Driggs and just let him know that when I asked that question to the petitioner's agent, he didn't indicate that there was any particular issue in terms of deferring as far as there being any stated monetary, just monetary issue.
I don't think that we can hear you, Ms. Watlington, so I'm going to go ahead and ask Mr. Reardon, and can you follow
Can you
Ms.?
hear me now?
That's better. That's much better.
Councilmember Driggs said staff or Watlington before he said petitioner. So while we were waiting, I was just answering his question that I had asked that question also to the petitioner's agent, and he did not articulate any undue burden.
All right. So now, Mr. Reardon, you heard the question from Mr. Driggs?
Yes, I did. Thank you for everyone's time. I apologize for causing any controversy. That was not my intention. As is now evident, I am a little bit green to this process. And so I was seeking, I guess, advice as to what the process would look like for deferment and so on. I would like to answer first by apologizing, Ms. Watlington, to if I miscommunicated earlier today. I did not hear your direct question about any hardship. To be clear, to answer everyone's question, including Councilmember Driggs, this would present a hardship for my client, considering this has been a project that has been on the books for a number of years now and has hit a couple different roadblocks. And the most recent of which is he has already turned in notice to leave the current location that's operating in Kings Mountain to begin operations here. We've engaged site planners and the contractors to do the work. We're well on our way to answering any comments from Charlotte Water, erosion control, and environmental studies for the wetlands. We've made deposits and done so forth. So to be clear, Kings Mountain location closes on Christmas Day of this year. So to basically shut down completely a service that provides emergency roadside assistance and repair from Christmas Day until January 19th would certainly cause a financial and other hardships to my client, the petitioner.
Madam Mayor, my hand's raised. I'm not sure if anybody, I see other hands, but I don't know if they're re-hands or old hands.
And, I'm sorry, if I can just mention one more thing, Mr. Winston, I also apologize to you for directly answering your question. I did hear your comments. I made note of them, actually. I remember you mentioning that you'd like to have a conversation with staff concerning why the area didn't seem to be following the area plan that was in place. I wasn't necessarily sure if that was something that you wanted me addressed to you, so I apologize for that. And if this is deferred, ultimately, I'll try to address that. Thank you.
January, the third week in January of 2021. I just want to make sure our timelines are straight, okay? Mr. Reardon, do you understand that?
I'm sorry, I did not hear the first portion. I heard third week of January. I assume that you mean that would be when the next voting session?
If it's deferred, it would be deferred until about the third week of January, yes.
I believe January 19th, yes.
Okay, just wanted to make sure.
Thank
All
you,
right.
yes. I've informed my petitioner.
All right, so Ms. Watlington, is anyone that has not spoken wish to speak? If not, we'll go back to Ms. Watlington and then followed by Mr. Winston.
Sure. So, well, you know what? It's okay. No worries.
Okay, I have Mr. Winston.
Sorry, I did not put my hand down. I'm okay.
Mayor, I have my hand up.
All right, Mr. Driggs, followed by Mr. Bakari.
Mr. Reardon, you understand that if we don't defer, that means we will vote tonight. And as it stands, it sounds like you have the district rep and at least one other member of council in opposition, and therefore the outcome of that vote would be uncertain. If it's not favorable, I think you do know that there is a lockout period of 2 years at the site. There are consequences to an unsuccessful, like to a denial. So I guess under the circumstances, my preference would be to approve a deferral with the kind of acquiescence of the petitioner rather than in the face of objections. But in that situation, would your preference be to roll the dice on how the vote turns out or to wait a month?
Mr. Reardon, Mr. Driggs asked you which option you would prefer.
Thank you, Councilmember Driggs. I do appreciate that explanation. Yes, I have discussed the outcome and the possible results with my client. At first, we were fairly confident given the staff and committee approval unanimously, and also no really opposing comments in prior meetings. However, after hearing today, I think if it would be safer to take the deferral, we would consent to that rather than to get a denial for sure.
All right, I think the whole situation is regrettable, but I'm going to support the deferral. Thank you.
Mr. Bakari?
Yeah, I guess that's how I feel as well. This is regrettable, and I would support it as well. I guess my final question would be, other than just making a quick statement of, we have to figure out ways to operate better than this. I mean, this is, we have staff, expert staff for a reason. We have zoning committee that spends incredible amount of time doing their work, and to not just throw that out and not pay attention to it, but to do so within hours of this, to me, sends the wrong message to a community, particularly a commercial real estate community that's struggling right now that isn't the right one. But with that, Mr. Pettin, I would just ask you a final question as we prepare for next month, because regardless, I think, Councilmember Winston kind of made it clear, right? He isn't looking to support this. If we're prolonging the inevitable as well, I'm sure this group would like to know that. So from your perspective, right, and when you look at all of the kinds of rezonings that we see, how out there and complicated, and perhaps clearly it's consistent, but even within consistency, we see things. Is this pretty much something that you see as a standard rezoning that we would typically see, or is there something to this that makes it something different than that what we've seen from staff and the zoning committee should lead us to believe?
Our evaluation of the petition was the area that it was located in, right there along the railroad tracks, and within real close proximity on the other side of those to the majority of the tank farms that were over there. The industrial on the back end of this access drive and road was appropriate in that location. Certainly understand what some of the concerns were that were brought up, but I think staff did a reasonable job of conveying in their rationale as to why the industrial request was appropriate. It was adjacent to heavy industrial uses and the Duke substation. It was just south of the industrial tank farms along Freedom Drive and Old Mount Holly Road. Duke Energy power lines were on the southern portion of the site, and it really wouldn't be a very compatible site for residential uses long-term and the other industrial zoning that exists around it. So, that was our evaluation of the site and the petition, and that seems to have been zoning committee's viewpoint as well. So I'll just leave it at that with our rationale.
Understood. Thank you very much, Madam Mayor.
Thank you. I want to do a follow-up to Mr. Bakari, and I think the question is appropriate for Ms. Watlington, because this is a conventional petition that it will not be conditional. I'm not sure what questions, we want to make sure that the questions that you've spoken with about this with the petitioner are important to approve the deferral. So I just wondered if you could just address that this is something that you feel that you have the ability to work with this petitioner and what adjustments there might be. So with that, Ms. Watlington.
Yeah, so just a couple of things. First, I would not have requested a deferral if I didn't feel like it was going to be value add. Second of all, in response to Councilmember Bakari, we vote for a reason as well. And if you're not going to consider the voice of the community, then I feel that you're doing your community a disservice. It's not just about what staff wants, not about what zoning committee wants. And I've already expressed several times my concern that this particular zoning committee does not have anybody from this district representing it. So while I appreciate the work of the zoning committee, I will not take that as the community's voice when it comes to District 3. Also, when we are talking about our processes, it's important that, just as Councilmember Winston said, that we pay attention, because we both expressed concerns about this last meeting. And again, community members wrote particularly about this referral or about this rezoning last month and that they did not support it. So to say that this is last minute or you haven't heard anything, I would say is not factual. And so when we talk about our processes, they're only as effective as we execute them. Of course, we don't want to wait till the last minute to do anything. And in this case, we actually didn't. So let's be clear with the community about what actually has transpired. We don't need to be inciting a lack of confidence in the process, because we're executing the process, but we all need to be paying attention. Thank you.
Mr. Driggs?
Madam Mayor, I forgot to take my hand down. I have nothing else.
Okay, with that, no further discussion by the council. We have a motion to defer item number 17. I'll go ahead and begin the vote. Mr. Winston?
Yes.
Mr. Mitchell? Mr. Mitchell? Ms. Ajmira?
Yes.
Mr. Driggs?
Yes.
Ms. Watlington?
Yes.
Ms. Johnson? Ms. Johnson?
Yes.
Mr. Bakari?
Yes.
Mr. Graham?
Yes.
Mr. Newton?
Yes.
Mr. Eggleston?
Yes.
All right. Did I see Mr. Mitchell up there on the screen? No. All right. Thank you very much. The motion passes for a deferral. Mr. Reardon, we'll see you later this month. Next year.
Thank you very much, Council.
Item 18, this is petition 2020-115 by Crosland Southeast for approximately 2 acres located on the west side of Pecan Avenue, North Independence Boulevard in District 1. The current zoning is B2 pedestrian overlay. Proposed zoning is transit-oriented development, urban center, pedestrian overlay. The zoning commission and the staff recommend approval of this petition. Do I have a motion to adopt this petition and approve?
Second.
All
Second.
right, Mr. Eggleston and Mr. Driggs make the motion and the second. All right, so with that, is there any discussion?
Yes, ma'am.
Mr. Eggleston?
Separate from the rezoning, it's a conventional rezoning, but did want to thank Crosland for their continued work with me and others to come up with a solution for the preservation of those 2 historic buildings on this site. They are fully committed to that, and I think the site will be that much better for it, and I think that the community certainly appreciates their sensitivity to those, I think, really beautiful buildings. So I appreciate their help with that. That is separate, but it's part of this site. So just wanted to mention it. That's it.
we'll go ahead and proceed with the vote on item 18. All right, Mr. Winston?
Yes.
Mr. Mitchell? Ms. Ajmira?
Yes.
Mr. Driggs?
Yes.
Ms. Watlington?
Yes.
Mr. Bakari? I'm sorry, Ms. Johnson? Got out of order. Ms. Johnson?
Yes.
Mr. Bakari?
Yes.
Mr. Graham?
Yes.
Mr. Newton?
Yes.
Mr. Eggleston?
Yes.
Okay, hold on a minute, guys. All right, the next item on our agenda is item number 19, petition 2020-117 by Vulcan Materials, approximately 15 acres on the east side of the Old Nations Ford Road and the south side of Hebron in District 3. Current zoning is multifamily residential and light industrial. The proposed zoning is general industrial. The staff and the zoning committee recommend approval. Do I have a motion to approve and to accept the statement of consistency as our own?
So moved.
Second?
All right. Mr. Driggs and Ms. Watlington made that motion. So the next, any discussion? Hearing no discussion, we'll start with our vote. Mr. Winston?
Yes.
Ms. Ajmira?
Yes.
Mr. Driggs?
Yes.
Ms. Watlington?
Yes.
Ms. Johnson?
Yes.
Mr. Bakari?
Yes.
Mr. Graham?
Yes.
Mr. Newton?
Yes.
Mr. Eggleston?
Yes.
The motion passes. The next item is deferred. Item number 20 is deferred. The next item is 21. For petition 2020-119 by the maintenance team for approximately 9.7 acres north of Shopton Road, east of Steel Creek, and it's outside of the city limits, but closest to District 3. The current zoning is single-family residential with the airport noise overlay. The proposed zoning is general industrial conditional airport noise overlay, recommended by both the zoning committee and the staff. Is there a motion to adopt this petition and accept the zoning committee statement of consistency as our own?
So moved.
Who is that? Was that Ms. Watlington?
Second?
Ms.
Second.
Watlington and Mr. Driggs have made that motion. Is there any discussion? Hearing no discussion, we'll start our vote. Mr. Winston?
No.
Mr. Winston?
No.
No. Ms. Ajmira?
Yes.
Mr. Driggs?
Yes.
Ms. Watlington?
Yes. Oh,
Miss-
I'm sorry. I should let you, this is one of the ones, forgive me, Madam Mayor, I should have said this part of the discussion. This one in particular, I did receive a letter from the
Speaking to the mic again, Ms. Watlington. Are you?
I'm sorry?
Speaking to your mic.
Can you hear me now?
Better, yes.
Oh, excuse me, yeah. This one in particular, I did receive a letter of support, or not a letter of support officially, but I did receive an email from the gentleman who spoke last time to let me know that he did go back to his board and they did talk about this one and they were generally in support of this work. Forgive me for not mentioning that before we started the vote.
All right, thank you. Ms. Johnson?
Yes.
Mr. Bakari?
Yes.
Mr. Graham?
Yes.
Mr. Newton?
Yes.
Mr. Eggleston?
Yes.
Thank you. The motion passes unanimously. The next item on our agenda is 22, and the petition is 2020-123 by Collett Properties for approximately 13 acres on the north side of Business Center Drive and Interstate 85. It's in District 3. The current zoning is single-family residential with airport noise overlay and Lower Lake Wally protected area and the general business with the same constraints. as well as the proposed zoning is light industrial airport overlay Lower Lake Wylie protected area. The zoning committee and the staff recommends approval of this petition. Do I have a motion to approve the petition and accept the zoning committee statement of consistency as our own?
So moved.
Second?
All right. Mr. Driggs and Ms. Watlington made the motion and had it second. And so with item 22, is there any discussion?
Yes, ma'am.
Ms. Watlington?
I just wanted to say that this one does have the support of the Northwest Community Alliance, given its location on the, basically the service road right in front of I-85.
All right. Any further discussion? Hearing no further discussion, we'll begin our voting. Mr. Winston?
No.
Ms. Ajmira?
Yes.
Mr. Driggs?
Yes.
Ms. Watlington?
Yes.
Ms. Johnson?
Yes.
Mr. Bakari?
Yes.
Mr. Graham?
Yes.
Mr. Newton?
Yes.
Mr. Eggleston?
Yes.
All right, thank you very much. That motion passes. The next item on the agenda is item number 23 for petition 2020-124 by Mission Properties for approximately a third of an acre located on the southeast side of Dunlow Street. It's in District 1. The current zoning is general industrial, and the proposed zoning is urban residential conditional. The zoning committee and the staff recommend approval of this petition. Is there a motion to adopt this petition? And
Motion to adopt and approve.
I'm sorry.
Second?
Ms. Johnson's hand is up.
All right. We have, I'm sorry, with Ms., all right, tell me who made the motion? Again, could I have the motion
Motion to
maker?
adopt and approve.
Mr. Eggleston, and who is the second?
Driggs?
Mr. Driggs, thank you very much. So, Ms. Johnson, is there any discussion? And I want to recognize Ms. Johnson.
I just have a question, a general question regarding the zoning. Can I ask after we're finished with the hearings, with the decisions, before we move on to the hearing?
Okay, so you want to ask a question after the decisions are made?
Yes.
Thank you. All right, is there any further discussion? Okay, hearing no further discussion, the vote, we will go forward. Mr. Winston?
No.
Ms. Ajmira?
Yes.
All right, Mr. Driggs?
Yes.
Ms. Watlington?
So I just want, well, I didn't say it during discussion, but yes.
Ms. Johnson?
Yes.
Mr. Bakari?
Yes.
Mr. Graham?
Yes.
Okay. Mr. Newton?
Yes.
Mr. Eggleston?
Yes.
All right. That motion passes. The next item is item 24, and it is petition 2020-148 by Bowman Summer for approximately 21 acres located on the south side of Eastfield Road, north of 485. It's in outside of the city limits, but adjacent to District 4. The current zoning is mixed-use innovative, and the proposed zoning is mixed-use innovative with an increase in the density. And the zoning committee and the staff recommend approval of this petition. Do I have a motion to accept the zoning committee statement of our zone and approve the petition? Do I have a motion?
Move.
Ms. Johnson, do I have a second?
Second.
Second?
Mr. Driggs, so we have a motion by Ms. Johnson and a second by Mr. Driggs. Is there any discussion? Is that Mr. Newton, are you raising your hand?
Ma'am.
Is Mr. Newton, are
No.
you raising your hand?
I'm not.
Okay.
I did second that, but I'm not raising my hand.
Hold up a newspaper with today's date, please, Mr. Newton.
Got the agenda, guys.
Okay, so is there any discussion? Hearing no discussion, Mr. Winston?
Yes.
Ms. Ajmira?
Yes.
Mr. Driggs?
Yes.
Ms. Watlington? Ms. Johnson?
Yes.
Mr. Bakari? Mr. Bakari?
Yes.
Mr. Graham?
Yes.
Mr. Newton?
Yes.
Mr. Eggleston?
Yes.
Thank you. All right, that is the last item for our decision-making.
We need to.
Sorry, we have to go back to item 16. Thank you very much for the reminder. It's great to have people around you to help you do the right thing. So I really appreciate that. So we're going back to item 16, which is petition 2020-113 by Catalyst Capital for the 6.9 acres on Wilkinson with light industrial, currently the zoning and transit-oriented development with community center. The proposed zoning, and that is recommended by both the zoning commission and the staff. Is there a motion to accept the zoning committee and staff recommendation and adopt the statement of consistency as our own?
So moved.
Second.
All right, Ms. Watlington and Mr. Driggs made that motion for us. Is there any discussion?
Yes, ma'am.
Ms. Watlington?
So I was going to say this on the last particular zoning, but I will say it on this one because it is similar. We spoke last month about a concern about us eliminating light industrial in other parts of the city and essentially relocating it in heavy concentration in other parts. I'm absolutely interested to see how we continue to go about navigating that space. This particular area, given that we are planning for the Silver Line and given that the local neighborhood associations were supportive, I'm obviously supporting this, but I do want to note that that is something that I think from a planning perspective, we should take a hard look at, particularly as we go about doing this Comp 2040 piece, is that I think we need to make sure that there are spaces for light industrial in other parts of the city, because we get in these situations where then we see that there are certain communities that bear the brunt of this industrial area. But I am hopeful that as we do the place types, that we are able to start to communicate what the different types of industrial look like to the community, so that we can better plan complete communities. So that's all of my comments on this.
All right, is there any further discussion? Hearing no further discussion, we'll go to the items vote. Mr. Winston?
Yes.
Ms. Ajmira?
Yes.
Mr. Driggs?
Yes.
Ms. Watlington?
Yes.
Ms. Johnson?
Yes.
Mr. Bakari?
Yes.
Mr. Graham?
Yes.
Mr. Newton?
Yes.
Mr. Eggleston?
Yes.
Mr. Mitchell?
Yes.
Okay. The motion passes. So that is the end of all of our zoning decisions for this meeting. And Ms. Johnson had a question. I don't know if it's for the staff or for the attorney, for the planning folks or the attorney. Ms. Johnson?
Thank you. It's for a couple staff members. I wanted to know if Mr. Pettin could describe when a zoning is conditional and when it's conventional. I'm concerned, we hear from our constituents that it appears that we rubber stamp these petitions, and many of us most of us put a lot of work into the zoning. So I want to know when it's appropriate that a developer would file for conventional versus conventional. You can explain that.
Mr. Pettin will explain the difference between conventional and conditional.
Yeah, thank you, Councilmember Johnson. As you and I discussed on Friday, it's a bit of a process right now that when staff gets requests in during our pre-submittal meetings and we talk to the potential petitioners, We take a look at surrounding land uses. We take a look at what the potential project may be. And then we look to see, are there other types of general impacts that could be mitigated through a potential conditional plan versus conventional? And in some cases, if the ordinance really addresses most of the items that we would address through a conditional plan, then there's often that time where it can be considered as a conventional petition. If there are transportation items that need to be addressed, or we feel like we need to limit potential use conflicts or other things, that's when we certainly consider conditional petitions over those conventional ones. But it really comes down to taking a look at the property, what's around it, what mitigating factors could be incorporated through a conditional petition, and whether or not those mitigating factors are anything different than the actual base ordinance would permit. And if so, then we consider something more than just a conventional petition. We are looking to create a little bit more of a streamlined kind of template for when those would be employed or deployed versus conventional. We hope to have something that's a little bit more structured, that gives everybody more guidance in place, but currently that's how those are evaluated.
So in the conventional petition, the developer's not required to meet with the neighborhood?
That's correct. Yeah, conventional petitions do not require a community meeting per our ordinance.
Okay, and we can discuss offline, but that's concerning for the residents. And that, I think, perpetuates the opinion that we're rubber stamping. If there's a development in your neighborhood and you haven't had an opportunity to see what the site plan is and to speak with the developer, I think that lends to it appearing as though we're rubber stamping these petitions, especially when we know in so many of the districts we lack the infrastructure to support the petition. So I have a concern.
I certainly understand that challenge. The one thing I would caution is that a conventional petition, there isn't a site plan associated with it, so a petitioner could go out and present a project to the community that they aren't committed to maintaining that level of development or those standards that they present to the community just by the nature of it being conventional. So that's why that community meeting isn't something that's required. We do have some petitioners that do meet with the community on conventional petitions. I think we have a few this evening that are conventional, but did meet with the community just to talk to them about their intent. But because they can't commit to, a set number of units or other types of development standards because it's conventional, that's why they don't have that community meeting, because it's more of an informational thing versus, them actually locking in a set of standards. But, certainly, like I said, we do have some that meet with them, but I think that's why we generally don't have that requirement, is because it's not a committed process. It's more, you go by what the base ordinance would allow you to develop.
And when you say ordinance, is that state ordinance or city ordinance?
State, city, federal, any of the standards that come along with developing a piece of property.
Okay, and then my next question, I've also had an opportunity to speak with CDOT extensively on the process as I'm looking at a pending zoning. And she mentioned, Ms. Hull mentioned service level, and she was explaining service level grades. Can she explain that to the public and the rest of council, what the service level grades are on specific intersections?
Hello, this is Lakeisha Hall
I'm
with
sorry.
Charlotte Department of Transportation.
Thank you.
Can you hear me, Councilwoman Johnson?
I can. I just wanted, if you could elaborate on the service level grades. I know we were discussing an intersection that had a grade level of an F. So I wanted to know if you could explain that whole process to.
Yes, and so when it comes to level of service for roads, we basically look at the delays at intersections. And so when roads have different letters from like an A through an F, it's based on the delay patterns and how long the delay happens on certain roads. And so if you have, of course, an A rating, if there's not a longer delay at that intersection. If you have an F, there's potentially delays that are queuing up that goes to a point where you need to start looking at other mitigation measures. And so that's kind of what is the grading with level of service. And so it's an industry standard that's looked across the entire country, and how do you look at level delays in those areas.
I just want to remind the planning staff that there's supposed to be a planning workshop so that we could go through some of the zoning in more detail with the council members that wanted to attend. So let's not forget that at the end of this year, and just carry it forward into January so that we can get some of these kinds of thoughts out for folks.
Yeah,
Ms.
agreed.
Johnson?
If people need to get up to speed, I think we need to figure out a way for staff to do that offline, Madam Mayor.
Well, that's what the request was, to have a session, and you can choose to come if you'd like to learn more. But I was just, let's not forget it's on our to-do list.
Madam Mayor?
Ms. Johnson, yes.
Mayor, thank you. I've obtained the information, so I don't know if that was.
I can't hear you, Ms. Johnson. You got to speak into your mic.
I said I've obtained this information. I wanted to ensure that the public is aware of that there are service level grades for these intersections once a traffic study has been done. So I think that that's information that should be a part of the zoning packet for the council and for the public, that we are being presented sometimes zonings that have a service level at the intersection of an F. And I think that's important information. So I'm just seeking transparency for the residents as well as for the council.
I agree with you. Our infrastructure ratings should be out there and be known to people all over, because that's why we're trying to make a difference and change them. At the same time, I know that there's some things that you can't consider in your decision-making. And so some of those things, it's like you probably have a number of Fs all the way around town, and not everything can be based on a conditional or convention. It's just too complicated for us to ignore what we need to be talking about, which is infrastructure improvements across every part of our city. We just need to get about it. We can talk about it a lot, but those Fs shouldn't exist, and they exist because we need to make funding decisions to get them better. Traffic congestion is a huge part of what we need to resolve here. So thank you for bringing that up. I think it's an important point that our constituents and residents need to hear. So thank you. Okay, we're now ready to go to our hearings, but before we go to our hearings, Ms. Hegler-Gray wants to make a statement.
Yes, I just wanted to correct something I said earlier when Mr. Newton lost connection. Instead of him being a no vote, he would actually just be counted as not present for those votes.
Okay, Mr. Newton, you got that? Okay, thank you very much. Now we're going to our zoning hearings. I'm sorry.
Can everyone hear me? I'm signing off now. Thank you all so much for tolerating the technical difficulties on my end, and thank you for that clarification as well, Mrs. Attorney.
I know. Well, have a great rest of the holiday, Mr. Newton. Enjoy every minute of it, okay? Thank you so much.
Everyone.
Hang in there. We will find you, buddy.
I don't know. You're starting to look a little bit like Mr. Bakari. Maybe we shouldn't go looking. All right. Thank you very much, guys. Okay. All right. Are we ready to start our hearings? All right. The first, we've got a number, and just to remind people, if we get close to 10 o'clock, and we are at maybe 1 or 2, we'll be okay. But if we get close to 10 and we've got 7 or 8, that pushes a lot of that to the 3rd week of January. So let's try to be efficient but yet effective at the same time. All right, the first petition, let me make sure that I've got my speakers list here. Okay, with our first petition is agenda item number 27, petition 2019-037 by Jay Kamdar, approximately 3 acres on the west side of Sam Wilson in District 3. The current zoning is multifamily residential, Lakewater Watershed Overlay Protected Area. Proposed zoning is general business, Lakewater Watershed Overlay Protected Area. Staff recommends approval upon the resolution of outstanding issues related to land use and transportation. We have 1 speaker signed up that's for this petition, so the staff will do a brief presentation, and then the petitioner will have 3 minutes, and then there'll be questions by the council. So, Mr. Overcash, please be prepared. Mr. Patton.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. 2019-37, it's just over 3 acres off Sam Wilson Road, just north of the interchange with I-85. The current zoning, as mentioned, is R17 multifamily. The requested zoning is B2 conditional. Both have a Lake Wiley protected area overlay on those zoning classifications. The adopted future land use as part of the Catawba Area Plan, this is from 2010, it does recommend office, industrial, warehouse, and distribution land uses for this site and the surrounding area, as you can see in that hatched gray, purple, and brown color. The site plan for this proposal would permit the following uses on site. Those would be health institutions, schools, religious institutions, a max of 10,000 square feet of possible retail, car wash, hotel, an office, banks, daycares, restaurants, and neighborhood food and beverage services. Residential uses would not be permitted on this site. There are commitments to transportation improvements as a result of this possible petition, and that would be a left turn lane into the site, also a right turn lane into the site with 100 feet of storage, both on Sam Wilson Road. The petitioner is also proposing to contribute $25,000 towards a future traffic signal at Sam Wilson and Performance, and also their sidewalk and planting strip improvements, along with a 7.5-foot bike lane on Sam Wilson Road. Staff does recommend approval of this petition. We do have a few outstanding issues related to land use and transportation to work through. As mentioned, it is inconsistent with the office, industrial, warehouse land use recommendations of the Catawba Area Plan. Staff does feel that the B2 and the surrounding B2 zoning just next door are still appropriate transitions for this property. We do recommend approval upon resolution of those issues, and we'll be happy to answer any questions following anything from Mr. Overcash.
Mr. Overcash, you're up.
Hi, this is Erica Kennedy.
You don't sound like Mr. Overcash, Ms. Kennedy.
I'm sorry, I'm speaking on behalf of Overcash.
I was just teasing you. You probably are, you sound better than Mr. Overcash, Ms. Kennedy. How about that?
So I guess the biggest thing, we had 2 community meetings to discuss this property, and we do have a letter from Missy Epps that did speak on the behalf of Northwest Community Alliance, and they are in favor of this petition as well. Did you want me to speak a little bit about what we're looking to do here, or is there anything particular you'd like me to speak about?
No, you don't have to speak about anything. The council will address questions to you if they need more additional information.
All right, thank you.
Thank you very much. All right, are there any questions for the staff or for the petitioner? Are there any questions? Hearing no questions, do I have a motion to close the public hearing? All right, Mr. Eggleston, Mr. Driggs, Mr. Eggleston, did you second that motion? I was hoping that you'd just say yes, Mr. Eggleston.
Sure I did.
Yes, thank you very much. I appreciate it. All right, Mr. Winston?
Yes.
Ms. Ajmira? I'm sorry, Mr. Mitchell?
Yes.
Ms. Ajmira?
Yes.
Mr. Driggs?
Yes.
Ms. Watlington?
Yes.
Ms. Johnson? Ms. Johnson?
Yes.
Mr. Bakari?
Yes.
Mr. Graham?
Yes.
Mr. Eggleston? Mr. Eggleston nodded.
Yes.
Thank you. All right, so that's the next item is item number 28, petition 2019. And it is petition 2019-089 by Alpa Pamar for approximately 16 acres on the north side of Queen City Drive, east of Little Rock. It's in District 3. The current zoning is multifamily with 17 units with the airport noise overlay. The proposed zoning is general business conditional airport noise overlay. The staff recommends approval upon resolution of technical revisions related to environmental features and land use. We have one speaker. Mr. Overcash is coming back, or Ms. Kennedy, and we'll have the staff present.
Again.
I'm sorry. Someone said something.
It'll be Miss Kennedy again, sorry.
Thank you, Ms. Kennedy. All right. Mr. Patton.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. 2019-89, 16.7 acres. It's on Queen City Drive, just off of I-85. The current zoning is R17 multifamily, and the proposed zoning is B2 conditional. Both have an airport overlay applied to those zoning districts, both existing and proposed. The adopted future land uses from the West Side Strategic Plan that was adopted in 2000 does recommend office and business park land uses for the site, as it's located just north of I-85 and Charlotte Douglas International Airport. The proposal with this site plan and conditional zoning request allows all uses permitted by right and under the prescribed conditions in the B2 district. There are 7 buildings proposed on site spread out throughout the property. We have several roads that are constructed that will stub for future connectivity, as well as tree-saving buffers around some of the existing multifamily residential zoning adjacent to the property. There's enhanced architectural guidelines that are incorporated into the project, as well as an 8-foot planting strip and 5-foot sidewalk along all proposed public and private streets. We'd also have a 150-foot northbound left turn storage lane along Queen City Drive that's proposed as part of this project. Staff does recommend approval of the petition upon resolution of some technical revisions related to environmental features and land use. It is inconsistent with the office business park recommendation in the West Side Strategic Plan, but staff does feel like the proposed uses are still consistent with some of the existing development and ongoing development along Queen City Drive, and do recommend approval of the petition, and we'll be happy to take any questions following any comments or presentation by Ms. Kelly.
All right, thank you very much. Ms. Kennedy, you have 3 minutes.
Excuse me, Kennedy.
Hi, so I want to talk a little bit about this property. It was currently rezoned in the past, a portion of it, and we're currently designing a hotel for that property, which also adjacent property has a hotel existing. We're looking at this master plan to be sort of a couple of hotels, potential office, restaurant spaces as well. We think this would be a great addition, being as close as it is to the airport, as a sort of destination space that you could sort of, while you're traveling, have, away from the city, but close enough to the city, and also be close to the airport. We do have enough parking and everything shown as desired. I think pretty much everything else was presented, so if anyone has questions, please let me know.
All right, are there any questions for Ms. Kennedy or the staff? Hearing no questions, do I have a motion to close? Oh, I'm sorry, I had some questions. Mr. Driggs. Mr. Driggs, do you have questions? A question? Mr. Driggs? Mr. Driggs, do you have a question? Your hand's up.
I was just moving to close, Mayor.
Okay. Okay, thank you very much. Before we have a motion to close, do I have a second?
Second.
All right, thank you, Mr. Winston and Mr. Driggs. I want to just remind everybody, if we do not see you on the screen, even if you verbally say yes, you would still not be considered a yes vote. So I know that it's very difficult sometimes to see everyone, but without you doing that, we will record you as being a no vote. So it's not technology, it's just leaving the screen. Unless you have technology issues, and let the staff know. Please let us know this, please, so that we can follow these guidelines that we have. So we have a motion to close the public hearing on item 28. Mr. Winston?
Yes. Yes.
Mr. Mitchell?
Yes.
All right, Ms. Ajmira? All right. Mr. Driggs?
Yes.
Ms. Swatlington?
Yes.
Ms. Johnson?
Yes.
Mr. Bakari?
Yes.
Mr. Graham? Mr. Graham?
Yes. Yes.
Mr. Eggleston?
Yes.
Okay, guys, we're trying to pick it up here so we can get it done. So the hearing is closed. The next item is item 29, petition 2019-173 by McCraney Property Company, approximately 150 acres located off Garrison Road, west of I-85. It's outside of the city limits, but it's nearest to District 3. The current zoning is residential, single-family, 3 units per acre. The proposed zoning is light industrial conditional. Staff recommends approval of this petition among resolution of outstanding issues related to transportation. So in this case, we have the staff presentation. Mr. Carmichael, if you would manage Mr. Williams, Mr. Welch, Mr. Goddard, and Mr. Wickline for your 3 minutes, I would really appreciate it. Thank you very much. All right, Mr. Pettin.
Thank you.
Thank you. 2019-173 is about 150 acres. It's off Garrison Road and west of I-485 and south of West Boulevard. The current zoning is R3. The proposed zoning is I-1 conditional. Both would have an airport noise overlay and a Lake Wylie or Lower Lake Wylie protected area overlay on those properties. The adopted future land use for this property is from the Dixie-Berry Hill Strategic Plan that was adopted in 2003 that recommends office, retail, and light industrial uses for the site. The proposal with this rezoning is for limiting the site to 1.45 million square feet of uses permitted in the I-1 zoning district. That could be potentially located in 7 buildings throughout the site. We do have phased transportation improvements that are committed to, including designing and constructing Garrison Road as a median divided roadway from Dixie River Road and extending north to the intersection of Garrison Road and the future Catawba Crossing. There's also off-site widening of Garrison Road from the subject property to West Boulevard. We do have limitations on building materials and the use of vinyl as a primary building material. We also have street-facing pedestrian entrances for each building that are connected to a public street, full cutoff lighting fixtures, and then coordination with greenway connectivity to the adjacent Bearwick Regional Park with Mecklenburg County Parks and Rec, as well as 24-hour turbidity monitoring for any of the water features on the site. Staff does recommend approval of this petition. We do have outstanding issues related to transportation. In the staff analysis, there are a good handful of those. My understanding is the petitioner has coordinated with CDOT as recently as last month and got most of those resolved. They weren't able to submit a revised plan for this hearing, but I'm confident that we'll be able to work through those issues and already have worked through quite a bit of those. The petition is consistent with the recommendation in the Dixie-Berry Hill Strategic Plan, and again, staff does recommend approval, and we'll be happy to answer questions following the petitioner's presentation. Thank you.
All right, Mr. Carmichael, you have 3 minutes.
Yes, Madam Mayor, thank you. I think we have a PowerPoint presentation. Perfect.
Okay, we can see
Madam Mayor
it.
Pro Tem and members. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you, and we can see the PowerPoint. Does everyone else have the PowerPoint? We're good to go, Mr. Carmichael.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Madam Mayor Pro Tem and members of City Council and the Zoning Committee. My name is John Carmichael, and I'm here on behalf of the petitioner, McCraney Property Company. With me tonight are Dave Williams of the petitioner, Greg Welsh of Oak Engineering, and Randy Goddard and Michael Wickline of Design Resource Group. They're available to answer your questions. As Mr. Pettin indicated, I don't know why it won't advance. Holly, Wendy is not advancing for some reason, but well, I'll go solo. Well, the site does contain 153 acres, as Mr. Pettin indicated. It's located on Garrison Road between Dixie River Road and I-45. The site is largely vacant and undeveloped. The request is to rezone the site to the I-1CD zoning district to accommodate a business park on the site that would contain up to 1,450,000 square feet of gross floor area devoted to office, warehouse, distribution, and other light industrial uses. The request is consistent with the Dixie-Berry Hill Strategic Plan. McCraney, these are some pictures on the screen that show other light industrial developments that have been developed by the petitioner. As Mr. Pettin said, among other things, the petitioner would design a 4-lane and construct a 2-lane median divided section of Garrison Road from Dixie River Road north through the site. Thank you. Next slide. Next slide. Next slide. Next slide. Next slide. Next slide. There are multiple slides, Wendy, until we get to the rezoning plan. But nevertheless, they would construct that road through the site to the intersection of Garrison Road and the future Catawba Crossing Road. 7 principal buildings maximum. The site would be buffered as required by the ordinance. Next slide. This slide shows you the development areas or developable areas or the limits of development within the site. The light green represents those limits. Architectural standards are part of the petitioner's rezoning plan. We certainly appreciate the staff's favorable recommendation. As Dave said, the outstanding issues are transportation issues. I understand that the petitioner has discussed each of those issues with CDOT, and the issues will be resolved upon the filing of the revised plan next Monday. We appreciate your consideration of this request, and we're happy to answer any questions. I apologize for the technical difficulties, and I appreciate your patience.
All right. Do you have anything else to add, or does anyone else want to speak, Mr. Carmichael?
No, ma'am, we're just
All
available to
right.
answer your questions or the
Are there any
of council.
questions for Mr. Carmichael or the staff? Does anyone have any questions? Hearing no questions, do I have a motion? I'm sorry.
Madam Mayor, my hand
Wait,
and Councilmember
Mr. Winston, I'm sorry, Ms. Corey was just telling me, yes, we have Mr. Winston and Ms. Watlington. Mr. Winston? Mr. Winston? Mr. Winston, your camera is off. Did you intentionally want it off or not? All right, Ms. Watlington?
My question's for staff. I'm looking at this map where it's got existing zoning and land use, and I see the R3, and then surrounding it, I see Muddo, and then this MX1, and a little bit of ways away, I see an MX2. Can you just please talk to me a little bit about what the thought process is around this area?
In what regard are you, and what are those other zoning districts, or just what the general long-term thought is for this area?
Well, I'm trying to understand, you've got this MX1. What is allowed in the MX1?
So that MX1, I'd have to look specifically, but MX1 is typically a residential zoning district that just allows a mix of residential housing types. It doesn't allow any kind of commercial uses. The MX3 district does. So MX1 would primarily be just a residential district. It looks like most of that is dedicated to the regional park. So again, I don't know the specifics of that MX1 conditional plan. Outside of it, it looks like it's committed to the Bearwick Regional Park facility.
Okay. And this MX2 over here on the other side, just to be clear, you said no commercial within the MX2?
Not that I'm aware. I believe MX3 does allow a mix of residential and commercial. If MX2 does, it's a small amount, but it looks like this MX2 would probably be a primarily residential project as well.
And then in mixed use, this Muddo, what's allowed?
The Muddo, from what I can recall, is likely the River District rezoning that just allowed a mix of uses from residential, non-residential, without looking at the site plan and where they were interspersed, but that was a fairly large mixed-use rezoning through the River District.
Okay, so I'll go on record right now. I've got questions about this, and I imagine the community will. More to come. Thanks.
All right. Mr. Winston? Okay, thank you. All right, are there any other questions? It might be helpful to get Ms. Watlington a copy of the River District plan that was approved, I think, a couple of years ago. That might be helpful as well in her review, so that she'd have all of that information, Mr. Patton. Okay?
Thank you.
All right, now, do I have a motion to close the public hearing?
So moved.
Ms.
Second.
Watlington and Mr. Driggs, thank you very much. Mr. Mitchell? All right. Ms. Ajmira?
Yes.
Mr. Driggs?
Yes.
Ms. Watlington,
Yes.
Ms. Johnson,
Yes.
Mr. Bakari,
Yes.
Mr. Graham,
Yes.
Mr. Eggleston.
Yes.
So right now, I think I have 6 council members, so we got 6 as a majority, okay? So let's keep rolling on this petition number 30-2020-088 by WSB Retail Partners for approximately 49 acres on the north side of Prosperity Church Road. It's in District 4. It's currently mixed-use, single-family residential, and the proposed zoning is a commercial center, urban residential conditional with 5-year vested rights. Staff recommends approval upon resolution of outstanding issues. And in this case, we have Mr. Carmichael, and we do have opposition here. So, Mr. Carmichael, if you would arrange for Mr. Senden, Whitehall, Houston, Turner, and Russell, and then Mr., I hope I will say this correctly, Chris Klendake and Peter Buzza. If you would also think you have 10 minutes to rebut the petitioner's request. All right, we'll start with the staff presentation.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. 2020-88 is 58.04 acres. It's a large conglomeration of properties between Johnston Ayler Road and Prosperity Church Road. The current zoning of the site is both MX1 and R3, and the proposed zoning is for CC, Commercial Center, and UR2, Conditional, and also requesting 5 years vested rights for the project. The Prosperity Hucks area plan from 2015 does recommend residential up to 8 dwelling units per acre. This project proposes up to 300 multifamily units, 132 townhomes alongside 145,000 square feet of commercial and retail uses stretched out across 5 development areas. There are use limitations on development areas A and C as it relates to the type of retail and commercial uses that are permitted. That allows things like a max of automotive service stations, a convenience store, uses with drive-through and drive-through accessory windows, and then where those uses can be placed. Development areas B and D are limited to residential units and open space and other amenities. And then development area E permits only passive and active open space. 2 acres of that area would be dedicated to Mecklenburg County Parks and Rec for a public park. There are also some transportation improvements associated with this potential project. Those are 8-foot wide planting strips, 6-foot wide sidewalks along both frontages on Prosperity Church and Johnston Ayler, as well as an 8-foot wide planting strip and a 12-foot wide multi-use path along Prosperity Church Road extension. That would be constructed by the developer. We do have ADA bus waiting pads that would be committed to and constructed along Prosperity Church Road, and additional turn lanes and added storage along the site's entrances and exits. Looking at that site plan, that dotted yellow line that runs between Johnston Ayler and Prosperity Church Road is what we mentioned as Prosperity Church Road Extension. That is a long-term road that has been on some of the area plans that we've had on our books. The developer is proposing to build that entirely through private funds. So just wanted to mention that staff does recommend approval of this petition. We do have some outstanding issues related to transportation that need to be worked through. Part of the project, development areas B, D, and E are consistent with the Prosperity Hucks plan, but they're inconsistent with the recommendation of 8 DUA. If we look at the density overall for the site, it really calculates out to 7.4. But if we look at the actual just concentrated areas for that residential use, we get about 15.6. So it really just depends on how we want to calculate that density out. But it is looked at overall as just having some inconsistency with the Prosperity Hucks area plan. But again, staff does recommend approval once we resolve some of those outstanding issues. And we'll be happy to take questions following both the petitioners and public's presentation.
All right, Mr. Carmichael, you have 10 minutes.
Thank you, Madam Mayor.
Yes.
Wendy, I think I have a PowerPoint on this.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Is it up? Almost.
Thank you, Madam Mayor, Madam Mayor Pro Tem, and members of the City Council and the Zone Committee. My name is John Carmichael, and I represent the petitioner, WSB Retail Partners. With me are Daniel Sinden of the petitioner, Justin Houston and Dylan Turner of Kimley Horn and Associates, and Will Russell of the Prosperity Village Area Association. Will address you in a moment, and Daniel, Justin, and Dylan are available to answer your questions. The site contains approximately 58 acres and is located on the north side of Prosperity Church Road and the south side of Johnson Ayler Road. Next slide, please, Wendy. The I-45 is just north of the site, as is Prosperity Ridge Road. Next slide, please. Next slide, please. The site's currently zoned R3 and MX1, and the request is to rezone the site to Commercial Center and UR2 CD zoning district. Next slide, please. The purpose of this rezoning request is to accommodate a multi-use development on the site. It would be comprised of a maximum of 145,000 square feet of commercial uses, a maximum of 300 multifamily dwelling units, the maximum of 132 single-family attached townhome dwelling units. Next slide, please. Next slide, please. The working name of the proposed development is Smith Farms at Prosperity Village. Next slide. This is the rezoning plan. If you can see my cursor, as Dave mentioned, the petitioner will construct an extension of Prosperity Ridge Road from its current terminus at Johnson Ayler Road through the site to Prosperity Church Road. So this would be a thoroughfare. Petitioner would also install a traffic signal at the intersection of Prosperity Ridge Road Extension and Prosperity Church Road. This new thoroughfare would improve the network of local streets in this area and enhance connectivity. The commercial component of this development would be located along Prosperity Church Road, a portion of Prosperity Ridge Road Extension, and a portion of Johnson Ayler Road. The multifamily component would essentially be located in the center of the site, and the townhome component would be located here where my cursor is on the east side of Prosperity Ridge Road Extension. With respect to the commercial component, a maximum of one convenience store with gasoline sales would be permitted, and the fuel pumps would be required to be located to the rear of the building. A maximum of 4 uses could have accessory drive-through windows, and 2 of these 4 uses could be restaurants. A maximum of 2 of the 4 uses with accessory drive-through windows could be located on Prosperity Church Road, with the other 2 being located on Prosperity Ridge Road, and 1 restaurant with accessory drive-through windows could be located on Prosperity Church Road. If a use located on the site has accessory drive-through windows, then neither a menu board, nor a speaker box, nor a service window, nor the drive-through service lane could be located between the use and the adjacent public street. This would preserve the streetscape and shield these items from view from the adjacent public street. They'll be allowed 145,000 square feet of commercial uses, a maximum of 125,000 could be devoted to retail, service, and restaurant uses. The petitioner would convey a portion of the site located on the east side of Prosperity Ridge Road here between the 2 ponds, essentially where my cursor is, to Mecklenburg County for a passive neighborhood park. Petitioner would construct an 8-foot wide planting strip and a 12-foot wide multi-use path along the east side of Prosperity Ridge Road Extension to provide bicycle and pedestrian connectivity to the passive neighborhood park. That was a request of a member of the community. Petitioner would construct 8-foot wide planting strips and 6-foot wide sidewalks along the site's other public street frontages, except that an 8-foot sidewalk located at back of curb could be located on Prosperity Ridge Road Extension adjacent to on-street parking. As Mr. Pettin said, architectural and design standards for each type of use are included on the petitioner's additional rezoning plan. With respect to the commercial component, the buildings will be pulled up to the streets with parking located to the sides and rears of the buildings to enhance the streetscape and to provide a more urban design. The commercial buildings would be placed to present a front or side facade to adjacent streets. The multifamily buildings would also be pulled up to Prosperity Ridge Road Extension, as you can see here, and parking would be located to the sides and rears of these buildings. The maximum height of the multifamily buildings would be 3 stories. Vinyl siding would be prohibited. With respect to the townhome component, Vinyl siding would also be prohibited, and the primary building materials would be a combination of brick veneer, similar masonry products, stone, manufactured stone, stucco, and cementitious siding. Each townhome unit would have a garage, and the townhome units that front Johnson Naylor Road and Prosperity Ridge Road extension would be alley loaded to enhance the streetscape and the pedestrian environment. The units will be located around the center green in the center of the site, as you can see. An urban open space would be provided at the corner of Prosperity Church Road and Prosperity Ridge Road extension, where my cursor is located. The petitioner would install numerous off-site transportation improvements in addition to constructing Prosperity Ridge Road extension. We appreciate the staff recommendation of approval. There's one minor outstanding issue that we will resolve this week. I'll now turn it over to Mr. Will Russell of the Prosperity Village Area Association. Thank you, Will. And thank you for your consideration, members of council and the zoning committee.
Madam Mayor, members of council, thank you for allowing me to speak this evening.
Good to see you as always. Hope the family's doing well.
We are doing great, Madam Mayor. Thank you for the acknowledgement. Again, my name is Will Russell. I am speaking on behalf of the Prosperity Village Area Association. We are a neighborhood organization that has taken it upon ourselves to essentially be the caretaker of the Prosperity Village area, which is right around the 485 exit number 26. We've been working with WSB and Attorney Carmichael for over a year and a half. When they first brought this project to us, was a lot different than what you see before you. Mr. Carmichael and WSB really have been responsive to the needs of the community. As such, we involved in extensive negotiations with them, and what we got from our discussion with the buildings to be fronted on Prosperity Ridge Road and Prosperity Church Road, as you see. They also included the 12-foot multi-use path on the eastern side of Prosperity Ridge Road extension, which would connect our pedestrian area around 485 to the pedestrian area on Prosperity Church Road. One of the things that we're most proud about is the 3 acres of park space that we are having donated to Mecklenburg County. That was definitely a gracious offer by WSB to give us some public space that is sorely needed in the Prosperity Village area. And one of the other nice things that was done was naming this development after Stan Smith, the owner of a majority of these properties, and then naming this in Smith Farms, really, who's owned this property for decades, was really a nice touch. One other thing that WSB did is that they met with us when we had our Meet the Developers meeting, where we had 3 different developers who were developing almost 100 acres of property in the Prosperity Village area. We had those 3 developers who met with at least 75 people. It was an unprecedented move on our part to get not only the developers to work together, but for them to have an open book with the neighbors of Prosperity Village. It took us about a year and a half worth of work, but we're proud of the work that we've done with WSB, and we ask that you support this petition. Thank you.
Mr. Carmichael, do you have anyone else to address?
No, ma'am, unless Daniel Sinden wants to say something.
Mr. Senden?
No, ma'am, I won't take up any more of the council's time. Just certainly appreciate everyone's work on this project, and appreciate your consideration.
Thank you. So we'll go to the speakers that are opposed, and Mr. Chris Kinkley and Peter Baza, and I apologize if I said all of that wrong, and please correct me. And you have 10 minutes to speak about the petition, but you don't have to take it all.
Hey, this is Chris Klinke. I don't know if I'm supposed to go first or how this all works.
All right.
I did send a PowerPoint presentation of some artifacts. I don't know if we can pull that up.
So do we have the PowerPoint? Yes, we are going to pull it up. Yes, sir.
Thank you.
Well, I hope we're going to pull it up. We're checking on it, so just give us a moment. This is the virtual part of virtual.
No worries, thank you.
Okay. It's loading now.
And I will say, I'm from the Midwest, so if I start talking really, really fast, just yell at me and I'll slow down.
Oh, we'd appreciate that. No, that's great. We've got some Midwesterners. Now, what is Midwest to you?
I'm from Wisconsin.
Oh, okay. Now, that's really Midwest, yeah.
Yeah, it's where it's
I watch
really
a lot
cool.
of Fargo on television, so that's probably one of my secret, like,
That's
habits.
North Dakota up there.
Oh, is it in Minnesota?
No, it's North Dakota.
North Dakota, sorry. It's all the same. That's what you said, Midwest, right? I'm sorry. Let's go ahead and get this zoning thing done. Is the PowerPoint up yet?
Charlotte, Charleston, Columbia.
I know.
I
I think it's the snow. It's just seeing all the snow. I think that's one that gets me. So what's the big thing in Wisconsin right now?
Packers football, probably. They're looking at that #1 seed.
The mayor pro tem's family is from that area, and they would go to the Packers games, so.
Yeah, I've been to Lambeau Field many of times. It's quite different than what it was in the old days, but it's still a good venue, and tailgating is by far the best.
Okay, we are now ready to go
All
with
right.
the PowerPoint. Thank you very much.
I won't say my last name has anything to do with their defensive coordinator, but it does.
The Panthers went to a
All right, here we are. We can
All
go
right.
ahead and get started.
All right, so thank you for letting me speak today. As you saw, I am strongly opposed to this rezoning. I just want to say, this is what I currently look at right now outside of my residential neighborhood. I see these beautiful trees. They may not look the best right now because all the leaves are gone, but during the summers and everything, it's a beautiful green area. I don't want it to look like the right, where it's an IHOP, a gas station, all that smell from the gas. I would rather keep it nice and green like it is right now. I have talked with the developers. If you can go to the next slide, please. There is an already zoned commercial section, not even a mile up the road from me. It is right by the highway. It will have minimal impact to the residents that are in that area. It, of course, will not affect me then. It's been sitting vacant since 485 was finished, I believe. It's right there. There's gas stations up the road. There's restaurants up the road. There's restaurants on the other side of 485. I walk to most of them. They're well within walking distance. So there does not need to be a reason to have another commercial area right across the way from me. If you want to jump to the next slide, please. I look at this, when we had the talk with the developers, the biggest thing that came up, I asked, why are you making this, turning this from a residential area into a commercial? Their response was, it is not viable to make this a residential area. So basically that said, all right, they're greedy. They're trying to capitalize on this land. Everywhere around me is all residential land that someone found it viable to make that. So why can't this developer make it viable to you keep it as residential? They talked to the HOAs long before they talked to the residents of that area. The only requirements that the HOAs requested was no affordable living. So once again, they're putting profits before the people. I live on Panthersville Drive. If this petition goes forward, I will no longer have the ability to turn left to get out of my residential neighborhood. I will be stuck only going right unless I want to take this long, long way to go sit at a long, long light just so the developers can put in a couple gas stations and a Starbucks. Once again, the trend continues, profits before people. That's what they're after. They are after the profits rather than the people that are directly impacted in this area. I don't want to look at gas stations. I don't want to look at Starbucks. I don't want to look at Chick-fil-A's. I like the trees. I don't mind residential. I have no objection to leaving it residential and turning it into a residential area. I would actually welcome more houses in the area. If you want to jump to the next slide, please. So what do the residents get out of this? A park. I'm sorry, I'm not going to write home to mom about a park that was going to be put over there. Most of the communities in the area already have parks in their area. We're not going to walk over there. Like I say there, I put a little statistic that I said, pedestrian deaths account for more than 33% of all traffic fatalities. And you're asking me now to cross the road that will have even more traffic in it just to go to a park? No, I'm not going to cross that. So once again, that park is purely for the developer to try to get a yes vote. Don't let them do that. It's all about profits before people. You want to jump to the next slide, please? So I'm asking you, please stop this. Don't let the developers go in here and destroy our land. We need residential. I pulled the statistic from, I forgot, I had the source link if you really want it. One of the Charlotte news sites. The average house in Charlotte is $350,000. How many of you can say today, I can go down and buy those houses? They are projecting Charlotte to be the #3 housing market in 2021. And you're trying to take away residential area to make it commercial just so that they can get profits. Earlier in this presentation, a gentleman, I'm sorry, I'm probably going to say his name wrong, Okari? Oops, sorry if I said it wrong.
Bakari, you're close enough.
He said that it was like somewhere in the teens that the developers worked with the community to come to concessions, come to agreements on what would make their area better. When the developers had the round table with us, they didn't give us any concessions. They didn't give us like, what do you guys think about this? They steamrolled in with their agenda and said, this is what we're going to do. We asked tons of questions and they're like, we'll follow you up or follow up on this. We never heard back.
There are 5 minutes left and we have one more speaker.
Okay.
I just want to give you a sense of time.
Okay, so I'm sorry, I just want to say John has been great. I had to constantly reach out to him, but they never reached back out to us. They just said, whatever, this is our thing. So like I said, I wish they would have worked with the community, but they didn't. So I will surrender the floor and let the next presenter go.
All right, Mr. Boza? Thank you. You have 4 minutes to speak. Thank you so much for your patience.
Thank you very much, Mayor and City Council members. I appreciate this opportunity to speak pertaining to this rezoning issue. My comments are somewhat similar to the former speaker. I'm not real comfortable in having this very large commercial development to be put in place. It does not fit into what is being called the Prosperity Village concept that was designed by rezoning a number of years ago, and that was presented to the neighbors and residents out here at a community meeting a number of years ago. And in that design, it showed a village being implemented around the intersections of 485, Prosperity Church Road, Prosperity Ridge Road, Benfield Road. All the buildings were going to be 2-story, retail on the bottom, office space upstairs. This is the complete reverse. This is a very large box store, and from what I understand, it's going to be a health club at about 70,000 square feet and one massive big asphalt parking lot. And a lot of retail along the sides, which is going to be around Prosperity Church Road. And then off to the other side, there's going to be about a dozen or more large commercial buildings for professional use, for medical use, or other uses. And I have to really question, does that really fall in the master plan of what the residents in the area are actually looking for? I understand what Will Russell said and how there has been a number of changes to the original plan that was going to be put in here, and that's great. But this plan is still not needed in our area. This is primarily a residential area, and I'm hoping that the city council won't approve this and make this into a development, a large commercial development, like what has happened down on the south side in Valentine with lots of office buildings. Because that's going to be the same thing that's going to happen here. If one city council approves one large commercial development, what's going to stop you in another year from now and not allowing the next one to go in at this great big large intersection of 485? I'm just praying that you will reanalyze this. I don't think this is a fit for a large community, large residential community at all. And as I said earlier, the original Prosperity Villages does not show anything to this concept or size. And they're also suggesting and putting in another gas station. There are 2 more gas stations just a quarter of a mile or a half a mile up the road. Do we really need a 3rd gas station? And the gentleman in his presentation was talking about possibility of adding some drive-up windows for fast food restaurants. That also is something we don't want or we don't need. The additional traffic that's going to be put in here is going to be incredible. You know, if I shared a phone conversation with Councilwoman Johnson here last week about this. She had encouraged me to come and speak this evening pertaining to this issue. If Councilman Graham is still on, he and I worked on an issue a number of years ago where they had a developer wanted to put in a gas station at the corner of Brown Road and DeArmond. Unfortunately, that never happened. But if I know Councilman Graham has moved, but if he was still living in a residence where he is, how would he like to have this massive development go in right at the end of DeArmond Road and DeArmond and Prosperity Church Road? They're going to add another traffic light, and there already is one traffic light 200 yards away. And it's just going to be
Thank
one
you
big
very
mess.
much. This is the end of the 10 minutes that we have, so we have to follow our very strict rules that are set in our procedure for these. So thank you very much. Now you will have a chance for council members to speak and ask questions of the staff, the petitioner. After the petitioner finishes his 2-minute rebuttal, and then you also may be available for questions from the council as well. So thank you very much. Mr. Carmichael? You have 2 minutes.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Can y'all hear me?
Yes, we can hear you.
Thank you. Wendy, could you pull up our PowerPoint presentation? Thank you. Well, I'm going to ask Daniel in a second to talk about most of the interactions with the neighborhood, but I understand Mr. Klinke's concerns. We have talked to him numerous times, and we had a Zoom meeting with him, and unfortunately, we couldn't accommodate his concerns. Primarily, can you go to the very last slide, Wendy? But I would say that, but the one further up, I'm sorry. But there you go, thank you. So the right, and Mr. Klinke lives here, and this would be a right in, right out if this development goes forward. That was a requirement of the Department of Transportation. I will say that there's a traffic signal here that he can access, and a traffic signal at the new road here. Now, I'm not diminishing his concern or comment. I'm just saying what would be in place. The gas pumps would be in the rear. We've offered to provide enhanced landscaping at this intersection, so when he drives out, hopefully that would be of some benefit to him. But I'm asking Daniel to talk briefly about what they've done with the neighborhood. Daniel, you got about 30 seconds.
Sure. We've, for gosh, almost a year now, we've worked with multiple neighborhoods, specifically, very close to ours, that are adjacent to ours, understood their concerns, met with Will and his team at the Prosperity Village Area Association multiple times. We've attended annual HOA meetings so we could get as many attendees as possible and hear concerns. And, I think we've designed a plan that really addresses as many possible concerns as we could, and certainly understand and don't want to diminish any of the, what their concerns are. But I think we've worked really hard with city staff and the constituents in and around that area to address and to design something that really is going to help from a traffic standpoint, by putting in this arterial road
Thank you very much, Mr. Sinden. We appreciate that. Your 2 minutes are up. And so now we'll go to the council for questions, and I've got a number of council members on our list. We'll start with Ms. Watlington.
I apologize, it must have been an old hand raise.
All right. Mr. Winston?
Yeah, and just for just a point of clarification, the acreage that Mr. Carmichael mentioned was about 58 acres, and in our book, it's says approximately 49 acres. Just for consistency's sake, just wanted to point that out. And I got caught up with some technical difficulties. I just wanted to say for the last petition that I not able to comment on, which was Mr. Carmichael's. Can you just look at my comments from October and September of 2020 about my concerns around industrial to residential zoning? Thank you.
All right. Ms. Johnson?
Thank you, Mayor. I just wanted to comment. I have had an opportunity to speak with Mr. Boza and also Mr. Russell on this petition. And I also received your email, Mr. Klinke. So a couple things. I think that this developer has demonstrated that they're working with the community. As they stated, they're donating a 3-acre park. There's a 12-foot wide multi-use path. There's an extension of Prosperity Ridge Road, sidewalks and connectivity. So I think that this developer has demonstrated that they are willing to listen. I've spoken to John and the developer myself, and I know he reached out to some of the neighbors. So I hope that we can continue to possibly work on maybe a couple more of the concerns. Mr. Boza mentioned a large parking lot, and I know that that's required per the current parking ordinance, which is subject to change in the new comprehensive or UDO policy. So I'd like to know from the staff if there's an opportunity, if we can look at possibly less parking so we can make it more of a attractive or aesthetically attractive area for that area, if that's an opportunity to look at the parking variance. And I hope that we can continue to work with the residents. But right now, this is what we want from developers. They've worked with Prosperity Village for the past year. This is how it should be. We know that growth is necessary in this district. We know that this is a very fast-growing district. So I'd like to applaud this developer. They have shown that they are willing to work with the community. So thank you.
All right. Thank you, Ms. Johnson. Ms. Ajmira?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. So earlier, Ms. Johnson had asked about the rating. And I know one of the speakers had mentioned pedestrian safety concerns for this or close to this development. Could CDOT comment on that? And what is the grade we have for that specific location that one of the speakers had mentioned? I believe Chris had mentioned that in his remarks.
So I think that was the grade for the intersection. Is that correct, Ms. Ajmira?
Can we confirm it with one of the speakers? That was Chris.
Chris, the question was about the grade for the intersection or overall transportation?
I just was mentioning in general that the developers are saying that, hey, we're giving you this park, but for me to get to that park, I have to cross through multiple crosswalks to get there. So what is the incentive of me taking that chance, walking across traffic when there's a 30% chance that I could get hit by a car and killed? So why would I want to walk over to this park? See, it's not promoting me to go over there. It's just another incentive saying, hey, we're going to throw in a park.
So let me stop you right there because, I don't want to take too much of too much time from my colleagues here. I guess I was asking specifically, were you concerned about specific intersection or is just in general? If in general, then I don't need to get response from CDOT.
It would be more so in general. I mean, they would need to improve. There's only one crosswalk currently there. So you have to go down to one section. There's only one actual light that lets you get across there. So, I mean, any vast improvement would help dramatically, but just in general.
Okay, so I guess to petitioner Mr. Carmichael, are there any improvements to crosswalks here?
I'm not, our transportation engineer is on, council member. Dylan, I don't know the answer to that question. We can certainly add crosswalks. I know we're adding a signal here, and I'm sure there'll be crosswalks at this intersection. I'm not aware if there are any mid-block crossings. Dylan, are you on the phone? Yeah. Did you hear Councilmember's question?
Dylan, is this Dylan Turner? Mr. Turner,
Yeah.
the question is,
Dylan
there's
Turner,
somebody
and so
that
I
needs
heard
to
that
mute.
from John. Can you all hear me?
Yes, we can.
All right, I was having some issues with mute there. There are not mid-block crossings, but we will have the additional signal at Stone Park Drive, at Prosperity Church and Prosperity Ridge Road, and there will be pedestrian accommodations there. We've also committed some money at Loganville Drive and Prosperity Church Road and Prosperity Ridge Road to do some pedestrian improvements there. Those pedestrian improvements have not been defined yet, but that's been agreed to with CDOT. And so we are trying to accommodate better pedestrian access.
I appreciate that. So to the speaker, Chris, does that address your concerns, or would you like to see specific improvement that is not being included in the proposal here? And you may not have to, you don't have to answer this right now. If you don't have the specifics, you can email that to us, but I'm just curious.
I'm sorry, I was actually writing an email to Renee. Could you repeat that, please?
Ms. Ajmira, would you repeat your question, please?
Yes, so my question is, petitioner just walked us through a number of improvements that they are making to make this more pedestrian friendly. And my question to you, were you satisfied with those? And I know you were writing an email while petitioner had responded to that question, but I would suggest that you sit down with petitioner and look at all those improvements that are being proposed in this petition. And if there is any specific improvement that you'd like to see being included, please let us know. And that could be part of our follow-up email.
Okay.
Yeah, that's fine. I can let them know and everything. I mean, I've asked many times before, and there was no definitive answers from this. They just said they were doing improvements, but there was never a game plan of what they were actually going to do this.
I think Ms. Ajmira is suggesting that you email the specific comments that you have about transportation and safety to the council. If you would do that, that would be great.
Okay, will do.
Mr. Eggleston?
Good now.
Okay, thank you very much. Do I have any other comments? If not, this is item number 30. Could I have a motion to close the public hearing?
So moved.
Ms. Johnson, do I have a second?
Second.
Mr. Bakari is a second. Mr. Winston?
Yes.
Mr. Bakari, you need to turn on your camera so that we can see that you second that motion, please.
Madam Mayor, that was me, Driggs.
Oh,
Yes, I did not second the motion.
I'm sorry. Thank you. Mr. Driggs second that motion. So I could say something, but I won't. Okay. Thank you, Mr. Driggs. So then.
So what, all Republicans sound alike?
I was going to go there, but hey. Thank you, Mr. Driggs, for the comedy hour tonight. Comedy moment. Thank you. All right, so Mr. Winston, I need you to say yes, please.
Yes.
Ms. Ajmira,
Yes.
Mr. Driggs,
Yes.
Ms. Watlington,
Yes, ma'am.
Ms. Johnson,
Yes.
Mr. Bakari.
Yes.
Where are you, Mr. Bakari? I see you. And then that takes us to Mr. Graham. And Mr. Graham?
Yes.
Mr. Eggleston?
Yes.
Thank you very much. The hearing is closed. The next item is rezoning petition 2020-38 by Clover Group, Inc., approximately 9.9 acres located on the east side of Steel Creek Road. It's in District 3. It's single family with 3 units an acre, and it's being requested for multifamily residential conditional with 12 units per acre. Staff does not recommend approval of this petition in its current form. And so because the staff is opposed to this petition, the petitioner will have 10 minutes, as well as the opposition to it. Besides the staff, I don't think that I see a speaker that is in opposition. So the petitioner will have up to 10 minutes, and then an opportunity, I guess, for the staff to say something more. So with that, Mr. Pettin.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. 2020-038 is just under 10 acres. It's on Steel Creek Road at the intersection of Steel Creek and Irwin. The current zoning is R3. The proposed zoning for this project is R12 MF conditional. The adopted future land use from the Steel Creek area plan, which is from 2012, does recommend residential uses at no more than 4 dwelling units per acre. This proposal is for up to 119 senior living apartments at the site in one building. Access would be provided from Cedar Crossings Drive. There would be an 8-foot planting strip and a 12-foot multi-use path along Steel Creek Road. We do have architectural features, including preferred building materials, modulations, and building massing and limitations on blank walls, et cetera, as well as some lighting requirements for height and full cutoff. Staff does not recommend this approval in its current form. We would like to see the petition go down in density just a bit to either come in line with the Steel Creek area plan or be within a little bit more reasonable density as the Steel Creek area plan. It is inconsistent with that recommendation, and we will be happy to take some questions following the presentation by the petitioner. With that, I believe that would be Mr. Clifton. Mr. Clifton, are you ready?
Is he on?
Do we have Mr. Clifton on the line?
Chris Clifton is on the line.
Okay.
Hello?
Yes, sir.
Thank you for the introduction. I'm online. Everybody can hear me?
Yes, sir.
It's a pretty easy project. It's senior independent living. This is all we do in development. Single building of 135,000 square feet with 119 units on 3-story. It'll be about 27 and a half feet above finished floor elevations. With the tree save area and the fact that it's 10.02 acres, we have about 30% open space. And as you can see, we've tucked the project further in toward the intersection at Irwin and Steel Creek and utilized an access point and a private drive off the back of the property in the southeast corner, accessing Cedar Crossing onto Irwin. As you may know, with senior independent living, we make a lot of right turns in our life and we'll go out of our way because we're non-peak traffic. So the access point off Cedar Crossing and Irwin will not add to the traffic density and some of the other issues on NC 160 at Steel Creek and Irwin itself. The property has 93 of the 119 units as 2-bedroom. Our typical resident is a 71-year-old female widowed who occupies 2 bedrooms with a 0.8 cars per unit on site. So we have a low density on traffic, a low density on parking, And obviously with seniors, we have low density on water and wastewater usage as well. We do have a sidewalk, and we're doing our setbacks along Steel Creek to allow for the expansion of NC 160. If and when that happens, we gladly welcome the opportunity to dedicate the land along the periphery of the site on Steel Creek for that expansion. This is a housing opportunity for us to retain seniors in this part of our community. What happens is seniors at about 70 years old have a housing decision to make to leave the large home and leave their family and relatives and move to other locations where they provide this type of housing, or stay within the area that this development occurs. Probably 80% of our tenants come within 5 miles of our location. They're looking for a location that is safe, secure, and all in. With our rents at $1,400 a month, which includes approximately all utilities, all trash pickup, parking, lighting, security, energy, and the common area space within the building itself. We also provide our residents with common area annual budgets that they can use to decorate their common area and utilize that for the purposes that communal living occurs within senior independent living. I think this is an opportunity to retain our seniors within an area. Our seniors are independent. They'll continue to go to the church and to the post office and Harris Teeters and all the other locations that they normally would go to, still being close to their relatives and family without having to leave the general area for a higher cost unit. Our seniors also do not like to congregate within other high-end rental properties, since they're only going to be in this space approximately 6 to 7 years until they will unfortunately have to move either to independent living, which requires some skill sets and some semi-skilled nursing or memory care. So again, I think it's an opportunity to retain our seniors within our marketplace. I'll be happy to answer any questions.
Thank you very much, Mr. Clifton. So I'll open it up for the council to have questions of the staff or the petitioner. Ms. Watlington?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Got a couple of questions for Dave and Chris. I know this one's been worked on for quite some time, so I'm interested to hear a couple of things. Firstly, Dave, in reading over this one, obviously the density has infrastructure and school and traffic concerns. I want to understand a little bit about this open space that's already a part of the parcel. This is a silly question, but when you talk density, you're looking at all of the land on that parcel, not just the built portion, correct?
That's
The reason
correct.
I ask is I'm just, okay. So even if there was not 30% open space, the density would remain.
Right, we calculated over the entire acreage of the site.
Okay. And the second question I have in regards to that is the traffic numbers and the car numbers, that 0.8 per, I can't remember if it was per resident or per dwelling unit. Is that consistent with the standards that you all are using when you're looking at infrastructure needs?
From our staff, from a staff standpoint?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, let me make sure I understand it. So the calculations for the trips that are generated by the site, is that what you're asking? Is that what we're using?
Right. I'm just wondering, he quoted some numbers as far as car usage that would lead one to believe that there would be fewer cars here than you might anticipate if this were not a senior living center. So I'm wanting to know if that was reflected in staff calculations as well.
Yeah, that's reflected in our staff analysis. I think there is a entitlement number, and then, well, entitlement actually is 335 trips per day based on 29 single-family units. And then the proposed zoning with 119 senior apartments generates 450. So there's actually an increase of 115 trips per day even though they are senior. If it were non-senior apartments, it was 650. So there is a decrease between 119 standard multifamily versus 119 senior multifamily, but there's still an increase overall from the entitlement under the current zoning, which is about 30 homes.
Gotcha. Okay. And then lastly for you, I see that the right-hand turn lane looks like it's been extended a good bit of the length of the property. What would it take infrastructure-wise in order for this density to be supported here?
Well, one of the things we do have a little bit of concern about is the access off Cedar Crossing is actually through property that isn't part of the rezoning. And so typically we like to have that buttoned up before we approve a rezoning. We don't like to provide conditions, particularly for access that are on property that are outside the zoning boundary or aren't under the control of the property owner. I know they're working on an access easement, but that's not currently in place yet, or I'm not aware of that being in place. So that is a general concern. If that easement weren't ever granted, then we're looking at a reconfiguration of the site back to having access on Steel Creek Road. So that's one of the factors that we were looking at as well. We'd like to see that, even though we mentioned density, I think that access point, making sure that it's going to stay where it is proposed on Cedar Crossing, that may be an element that we can revisit in our recommendation if that gets ironed out a little bit more clearly.
Okay. And then from a traffic trip standpoint, is there anything that has been identified that could potentially, the reason I ask is because I think about some of the high priority areas, and I think about the Pulte rezoning in which they really attack some of those high pain point intersections. And so I'm just wanting to know if there are, if staff has thought about places in which the developer could potentially assist to mitigate the traffic here, or is it just astronomical versus the size of the development?
And that may be a question for CDOT. I would imagine that it may be not cost effective for them to look at off-site improvements like Pulte did, but certainly if it's something we need to explore, we can look into that. But I'd let CDOT lead that effort. And any other comments on it?
Ms. Hall?
I believe we have
This
Ms.
is
Byers
Robin
this
Byers
evening.
with CDOT, and I can address some of those questions if you'd like. Councilwoman Watlington, this is in the area of concern that we've been looking at for you and talking about, so it's not that far away from Gambrell. There are a lot of improvements going on in the area. You are right, there is a proportionality factor that we'll have to look into, but the trips don't trigger a TIS, so we don't have a lot of that extra information that we would have for a larger project.
Gotcha. Okay, and then my last question is for Chris. Thank you. Do you anticipate, Chris, being able to reduce the density here? I'm not sure if you all have already gone back and forth on this, or I just want to understand what the barrier will be to do so.
Sure, yeah. Yes, ma'am, we looked at reducing the density, and it's just not economically feasible to proceed on the project in this location. Typically, I would say that a site of about 10 acres would hold about 9 to 12 units per acre in our field. 117, 116 is probably as low as we ever go. 125 is as high as we ever go. It's really a convenience factor for the seniors. They feel uncomfortable with more units than that or less units by not having the opportunities to save money into a place of residency for a short period of time by only having 50 units or 60 units. If we could do it in some other kind of plausible function on a building, say a 2-story building with 50 or 60 units on less acreage, we would do it, but it just doesn't economically pay itself off.
Gotcha. And then remind me, these units, are they all at market rate?
All of them are market rate. As I said, of the 119 units, we're proposing 94 of them are 2-bedroom, 1-bath, which is the preferred unit configuration, gives the resident about 1,000 square feet and still gives her an opportunity to have family and others over and utilize more space than just being in a single confined space.
Okay.
There's a central elevator and there's 3 stories and there's common area space, community rooms on all three levels.
Okay, thank you, Chris. One last thing, and I'm not sure if Tracy is around, but I'd be interested to look, because I do think that this serves a unique need in the area. However, I absolutely appreciate that staff has lifted up the infrastructure concerns. I hear that there is an economic burden with reducing the density, and so I'd be interested to see if there's an opportunity for partnership here that might enable lower density and also benefiting the community. So I'm not sure if Tracy's here, but if not, I'll follow up with her afterward.
I can address the issue on the entrance and the property that we're proposing if you want me to do that. We do have an agreement with the private property owner. It hasn't been posted yet, but we are going to purchase the property shown where the entry point is, and it will be a private drive since it's not long enough to meet city code standards for a public infrastructure entry point. So where that red arrow is, that will be a private drive. We will purchase that property in the corner and trade it out with the property on the northwest corner that fronts on Steel Creek. So it will reconfigure that corner lot, of which is not being considered for zoning, but we will be assured that the property will, before we present it to council, will be secured, we'll have title, and we'll have a consent agreement that we can upload to Acela. So planning staff and the council and the planning board have access to know that that's going to be a permanent feature.
Awesome. Thank you. Madam Mayor, I don't know if, is Tracy in the room at all? If not, then we can handle it
Tracy
offline.
is not in the room tonight.
Okay.
Did you,
All right,
you can email her, or do you want to just email her?
Yeah.
Okay, all right. All right, we don't have any other council members signed up to speak right now or indicating that they'd like to speak. So I go, Mr. Driggs, yes.
I just moved to close.
I second, and I also say, Chris, it's great to see you this time of year, sir.
Thank you.
know,
Appreciate it.
You should bring Mr. Bakari's kids upstairs and be real Kris Kringle for them. I mean, he'd really, I bet
I
they'd
don't mean
love
any
that.
disrespect, sir. It's just you look amazing for this time of year, and I need to call that out.
Thank you
Well,
very much.
I get reindeer to feed, so let's go on.
All right, so, Mr. Winston?
Yes, I'm sorry, I'm trying to compose myself.
Well,
Absolutely.
you've got little ones too, so. All right, Ms. Ajmira?
Yes.
Mr. Driggs?
Yes.
Ms. Watlington?
Yes.
Ms. Johnson?
Yes.
Mr. Bakari? Mr. Bakari? He went to get the kids. Okay, Mr. Graham?
Yes.
Mr. Eggleston?
Yes.
Motion passes to close. Next item is item number 32. Is that where we are, right? 32. Petition 2020-086 by Gray Star for approximately 71.9 acres located on the south side of University City Boulevard. It's in District 4. The current zoning is research and RE2, I guess, I'm not sure if it's research 1 and 2, research conditional. The proposed zoning is multifamily residential with 12 units per acre with 5-year vested rights. Staff recommends approval of this petition due to upon resolution of outstanding issues related to transportation and environment. And so in this case, our speakers are all for the petition, so Mr. Carmichael will lead after the staff does their presentation. All right, Mr. Pettin.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. 2020-86, just under 72 acres, as you can see on University City Boulevard, right there at the Interstate 85 on-ramp. This petition is, the property is currently zoned RE2 and RE2 conditional. They are looking for R12 multifamily conditional with 5-year vested rights. The adopted future land use for this property from the University Research Park Area Plan, which was adopted in 2010, does recommend residential, office, and retail for the site. This proposal is for up to 712 multifamily and single-family attached units. Those would be built in 2 phases. Phase 1, up to 341 units. and then Phase 2 with 364 units being proposed. The max building height is 60 feet. They would have access from University City Boulevard, as well as an internal network of private streets and drives provided, multiple transportation improvements with the 8-foot wide planning strip and 12-foot wide multi-use path along University City Boulevard. Also internally, there'd be a 12-foot wide multi-use path connecting to the Greenway to the western boundary of the site. We'd have dedication and conveyance of the Dobie Creek floodplain to Mecklenburg County Park and Rec for a future Greenway. Internal sidewalks and pedestrian connections, and then turn lane improvements at the 3 access locations along University City Boulevard, as well as architectural commitments worked into the petition. Staff does recommend approval of this petition upon resolution of outstanding issues related to transportation and environment. Even with the large amount of units being requested, the petition is consistent with the area plan that recommends up to 22 dwelling units per acre. This comes in just under 10 at about 9.6. So again, staff does recommend approval, and we'll be happy to answer questions following Mr. Carmichael's presentation. Thank you.
All right, Mr. Carmichael?
Yes, ma'am. Thank you, Madam Mayor. My name is John Carmichael. Madam Mayor, Pro Tem, and members of City Council and the Zoning Committee. I'm with the petitioner tonight, Greystar. With me tonight are Zach Spencer and Josh Glover of Greystar, Mark Keim of Land Design, and Randy Goddard and Michael Wickline of Design Resource Group. They're available to answer questions. As Dave said, the site contains just under 72 acres, and it is located on University City Boulevard on the southwest quadrant of I-45 and I-85 and University City Boulevard. North Tryon Street, Walmart, and IKEA are to the east of the site. Next slide, Wendy, please. For some reason, my advance is not working. Next slide. Next slide. The site's currently zoned RE2 CD on the southern portion and RE2 on the northern portion. With respect to the southern portion, under the current zoning, you could build up to 400,000 square feet of office and research uses. On the northern portion, you could develop any use allowed in the RE2 zoning district. Next slide, please. The petitioner is requesting that the site be rezoned. Next slide. Next slide. The petitioner is requesting that the site be rezoned from RE2 and RE2 CD to R12 MFCD to accommodate a multifamily community that could contain up to 712 multifamily dwelling units. The density would be just under 10 units an acre. The request is consistent with the University Research Area Plan, which recommends residential, office, and retail with a maximum residential density of 22 units per acre. A minimum of 26 of the units would be townhome-style dwelling units. That was a request of University City Partners to have a mixture of product type. Architectural standards are included on the rezoning plan. As Dave said, the petitioner will convey to the land to the county for the Greenway, and the petitioner will actually construct the Greenway trail through the site, and the site will be developed in 2 phases. I'll show you that Greenway trail. Next slide. Next slide. Next slide. Greystar is a vertically integrated real estate company that develops, owns, and operates multifamily properties. They've done a multitude of projects in Charlotte. Next slide. Next slide. Next slide. Next slide. Next slide. The Greenway trail that will be constructed would run from Mineral Springs Road to University City Boulevard, and then there would also be a Greenway connector from the Greenway trail to be constructed by the petitioner to Dobie Springs Drive. Petitioner would install a 12-foot wide multi-use path along the site's frontage on University City Boulevard. These are the townhome units here and here requested by University City Partners. There would be an abundance of open space, an amenity for each phase of the project. There would be 3 access points from University City Boulevard. We appreciate the positive recommendation of the planning staff, and we'll address the 2 remaining outstanding issues. We want to thank Darlene Heater and Toby Holmes and University City Partners for the time that they've given to the petitioner in connection with the rezoning
Thank you,
request.
Mr. Carmichael. We now have any questions? We don't have any questions from the council members. Is there, if not having any questions, do I have a motion to close?
Moved.
All right, Mr. Winston? Mr. Driggs made the motion. I need a second.
Second.
Was that Ms. Johnson?
Yeah.
All right, Ms. Johnson and Mr. Driggs. All right, Mr. Winston?
Yes.
Ms. Ajmira?
Yes.
Mr. Driggs?
Yes.
Ms. Watlington? Ms. Watling?
Yes.
Ms. Johnson?
Yes, and can I also make a comment? I didn't raise my hand quick enough.
Can I go through the motion first? Thank you. Mr. Bakari?
Yes.
Mr. Graham?
Yes.
Mr. Eggleston?
Yes.
All right, the motion has passed. Ms. Johnson would like to be recognized for a comment.
Thank you. I just wanted to thank this developer again, who's worked very closely with the community and donating land for parkway or greenways and just working closely to improve the infrastructure. And again, this is how we appreciate as council members the developers working with getting these approved. I mean, getting these, and working with them to get approved. Thank you.
All right, thank you. The next item is agenda item number 33, petition 2020-091 by Mecklenburg County for approximately 40 acres east of Nations Ford, west of I-77, Council District 3, Ms. Watlington's district. The zoning is currently single-family residential with 4 units per acre, with the proposed zoning is institutional conditional. Staff recommends approval of this petition, and we have Mr. Carmichael. Again, if you would lead the effort to organize the speakers, and then we'll have the staff presentation. Staff, since there's no opposition, there'll be 3 minutes for the staff, the staff presentation, then 3 minutes for the petitioner.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. 2020-091 is 40.85 acres. It's on Nations Ford Road. Property does back up there to I-77. This petition or property is zoned R4. The proposed zoning this evening is institutional CD. The Southwest District Plan, which is from 1991, does recommend single-family residential at up to 4 dwelling units per acre. This proposal is for up to 300,000 square feet of government clinics, offices, and civic facilities spread out around 3 buildings, which would be a max. It does prohibit some incompatible and primary and accessory uses from the site. We do have full movement driveways proposed at both Glen Rock Drive and Echodale Drive, as well as private internal drives, a 10-foot wide multi-use trail connection to Reynolds Avenue, as well as an 8-foot planting strip and 12-foot multi-use path along Nations Ford Road. There's also transportation improvements that are incorporated into the project per the TIS recommendations and architectural standards as part of the conditional notes for the 3 principal buildings as well. Staff does recommend approval of this petition. There are no outstanding issues to be resolved. As mentioned, it is inconsistent with the single-family residential recommendation per the Southwest District Plan. However, institutional land uses are typically considered compatible. We don't see recommendations for institutional uses in a lot of our plans unless there's established institutional uses already existing, but they do provide needed public services to area residents. So even though it is inconsistent, staff does feel the proposed uses are appropriate and would serve the community as a whole, and we do recommend approval, and we'll be happy to take questions following Mr. Carmichael's presentation. Thank you.
Mr. Carmichael?
Thank you, Madam Mayor, Madam Mayor Pro Tem, and members of the City Council and Zoning Committee. I'm here on behalf of Mecklenburg County. With me tonight are Mark Hahn and Steve Sweat of Mecklenburg County, Sean Hicks and Richard Petersham of Land Design, and Randy Goddard and Michael Wickline of Design Resource Group. They're available to answer your questions. The site, Wendy, I'm sorry, it's not working again. Can you go to the rezoning plan? It's a rendered site plan, it's probably 4 or 5 slides. Keep going. The site does contain, keep going, please. The site does contain approximately 41 acres, keep going, and is located on the east side of Nations Ford Road, across from Edge Green Drive and Echodale Drive and next to I-77. The site's currently zoned R4. The request is to rezone the site to institutional CD to accommodate a maximum 175,000 square foot community resource center, a potential future regional library, a potential future building. Thank you. The maximum gross floor would be 300,000 square feet. As you know, community resource centers offer a range of community services such as veteran services, food and nutrition services, family planning, and public health services. This would be a one-stop shop for community services. And by locating on the site, it would bring such services to the community. As Dave said, there'd be 2 vehicular access points, maximum of 3 principal buildings, library, resource center, and then a future building here where my cursor is To the north, be a 10-foot wide multi-use path connection through the site to Reynolds Avenue, 12-foot wide multi-use path along the site's frontage on Nations Ford Road. There are architectural standards. Buffers will be provided as required by the ordinance. We appreciate planning's positive recommendation and the work they've done. We also appreciate the positive feedback we've received from the community, and we appreciate your consideration, and our team is happy to answer any questions that you may have. Thank you.
All right. We'll begin with the council questions. Ms. Watlington?
Yeah, I just wanted to ask John to reiterate the path forward with Swan. You all are meeting soon to talk about this one, correct?
We met last week, Councilmember Watlington, and it was a great meeting. And they actually thanked the county for bringing these services to their community. They're very excited. They're very excited about the resource center and about the potential for a future library. The library would be a little further in the future. We'd have to get funding and construct it. But it was a great meeting. I would say there were probably 4 or 5 folks there from Swan, and they were very appreciative of the county.
Thanks, John, and thanks for doing that. That's all my questions.
I'm glad to do it.
All right, we have no other questions. Do I have a motion to close?
Close.
Mr. Graham, was that you?
Driggs.
Mr. Driggs. Mr. Driggs?
Second.
And who is the second?
Watlington.
All right, Ms. Watlington, thank you. So we have a motion to close. Mr. Winston?
Yes.
Ms. Ajmira?
Yes.
Mr. Driggs?
Yes.
Ms. Watlington?
Yes.
Ms. Johnson?
Yes.
Mr. Bakari?
Yes.
Mr. Graham?
Yes.
Mr. Eggleston. So the
Yes.
next item that we have on our agenda is item number 34, 2020, petition 2020-102 by JS and Associates for approximately 23 acres located along the northwest side of Neal Road, southwest of IBM Drive in District 4. The current zoning is multifamily residential with 8 units and 4 units, and the proposed zoning is multifamily residential conditional with 8 units. And staff recommends approval of this petition pending outstanding issues. And on this one, we have 6 speakers for 3 minutes. After the staff presentation, I'm just going to read, and I hope that you all have really coordinated this in some way. Ty Schaefer, James Scruggs, Dennis Rory, Austin Coleman, Larry Lockhart, Robbie Harvey. So I hope that you are somehow cohesive as a group to figure out how to do 3 minutes with 6 people, so I appreciate that. All right, Mr. Pettin.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. 2020-102 is 23.3 and some odd acres located along the northwest side of Neal Road and also along IBM Drive. This property is currently zoned R8 MFCD for a portion that you can see in orange. The yellow portion is zoned R4. The proposed zoning is to round out that R8 zoning in that yellow area and take the entire property to R8 multifamily conditional. The Northeast District Plan, this property actually has 2 area plans that govern it. The Northeast District Plan is from '96, and that calls for residential up to 8 dwelling units per acre. And then the general development policies actually provide guidance for residential densities greater than 4 units per acre, and the petition does meet the GDP policies for up to 8 dwelling units per acre. I'm sorry, it doesn't have 2 district plans. It has 1 plan with 2 recommendations. My apologies. And that yellow is for 4, the green is for 8. The proposal itself is for up to 157 duplex, triplex, and/or single-family attached dwelling units. There's commitments for 8-foot wide planting strip and 12-foot wide multi-use path along Neal Road, and then an 8-foot wide planting strip and 6-foot wide sidewalk along IBM Drive. We do have a commitment to a new bus waiting pad along Neal Road and at the intersection of Neal Road and IBM. There are a little over, or just a little under 0.7 acres set aside as open space and amenity areas, as well as architectural commitments and improvements for the units themselves. Staff does recommend approval of this petition. We do have some outstanding issues related to transportation and some site and building design items to work through. As mentioned, a portion of the petition is inconsistent with the 4 DUA recommendation, but it is consistent with GDP. The rest of the petition is consistent with the University Research Park Area Plan recommendation of office residential retail of up to 22 DUA. So overall, we just have that minor inconsistency, but generally consistent with the adopted area plans. Again, staff does recommend approval, and we will be happy to answer questions following Mr. Schaefer's presentation.
Mr. Schaefer?
Good evening, Mayor, council members, zoning committee members, Ty Schaefer for the petitioner. We also have James Scruggs and Dennis Rory with the petitioner here to answer any questions. Austin Coleman with Block Design, and Robbie Harvey with Bueno Box here, and happy to answer any questions you might have. Thanks to Dave for his presentation. We're pleased staff recommend approval. We'll be working on the outstanding issues. We've been in contact with CDOT in particular, and we'll be working through those issues in coming days. Site is a little over 23 acres at the corner of IBM Drive and Neal Road. Currently has a mixture of zonings, but I do want to point out this parcel, a little over 13 acres that's in orange with the red hatching. This is a parcel that this same petitioner took through the rezoning process in 2019-108. Council approved that petition in November of last year, rezoned that parcel to the R8 MF conditional zoning district for up to 92 townhome units, density right at 7 dwelling units per acre. And there was an affordable commitment in that project as well. 5% of the units would be reserved for buyers at or below 100% AMI, which is the House Charlotte threshold for those buyers to participate in that program. This is a quick snapshot of that approved plan. You see there was a very narrow single touch of the site on Neal Road. Current petition is before you because the petitioner is going to incorporate another parcel, a little over 10 acres into the project, requesting that the entire site be rezoned R8 MF conditional. So the same district, same type of dwelling unit, virtually identical density. This would be 157 units at a density of 6.72 units per acre. And they're also carrying over the same commitment to set aside 5% of the units for buyers at or below 100% of AMI. This is a site plan. A couple of things to point out. 2 access points on Neal Road, some pedestrian-related intersection improvements as well. One of those intersections will line up with the entrance to the schools across Neal Road, proposing a multi-use path along Neal Road, single entrance to and from IBM Drive, and 2 connections to the project to the north, which council approved in petition 2020-035 just within the past few months. Happy to answer any questions that you have folks from the rezoning team also on the call that can answer any questions. And thank you for your consideration.
Thank you, Mr. Schaefer. I have no one with a question. Is there any discussion or any questions for the staff or the petitioner? Hearing none, we will have a motion. Can I have a motion to close?
So moved.
Mr. Driggs, and a second?
Second.
Ms. Johnson?
Yes.
All right. So, Mr. Winston?
Yes.
Ms. Ajmira?
Yes.
Mr. Driggs?
Yes.
Ms. Watlington?
Yes.
Ms. Johnson?
Yes.
Mr. Bakari?
Yes.
Mr. Graham?
Yes.
Mr. Eggleston, the motion
Yes.
to close the hearing is adopted. The next item on our agenda is item 35, petition 2020 by Drakeford Communities, approximately 1.3 acres located on the east side of Briar Creek Road, north of Carolyn Drive in Council District 1. The current zoning is residential single-family 4 units, and its proposed zoning is single-family residential conditional with 8 units per acre. Staff recommends approval of the petition upon resolution of outstanding issues related to the environment. We have 2 speakers for the petitioner, and Mr. Robert Drakeford will, I hope, will coordinate the 3 minutes, and we'll have the staff go ahead and begin the presentation.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. 2020-107, 1.3 acres on Briar Creek Road, just north of Carolyn Drive, just south of the intersection of Briar Creek and Central Avenue. This property is currently zoned R4. The request And the petition this evening is for R8 conditional, which would be single-family residential conditional district. The Central District Plan, which I believe was from '93, recommends single-family residential up to 4 dwelling units per acre for the property. The petition is proposing to develop up to 3 single-family detached dwelling units, along with transportation improvements to include a 6-foot sidewalk and 8-foot planting strip along Briar Creek, as well as a 5-foot bike lane with a 3-foot buffer along the site's frontage. Also, commitment to preferred building materials and setbacks that are consistent with the existing single-family homes on Briar Creek to maintain that same kind of development pattern of those existing single-family lots. Staff does recommend approval of this petition upon resolution of one outstanding issue related to environment. Just some notes from our stormwater department. The petition is consistent with the Central District Plan recommendation for single family up to 4 DUA. And again, staff does recommend approval, and we'll take any questions you may have following Mr. Drakeford's presentation. Thank you.
All right, so Mr. Drakeford?
Good evening, Madam Mayor, Madam Mayor Pro Tem, City Council and staff. I really don't have an awful lot to add. Unless there are questions, I think the staff has certainly addressed everything, and I would imagine you guys have other things to do with your time. So I'll defer unless there are any questions.
All right, Mr. Bouchon, would you like to have any comments?
He doesn't have any. He's our land planner.
Okay, thank you. All right, Mr. Eggleston?
Thank you. Mr. Drakeford, I am looking, and I admittedly missed following up with this person in my email, so I'm gonna have to get with them after the hearing tonight. But in searching through my email to see if I'd gotten any about this one, I had, and I'd missed it. But there was a couple of neighbors who I believe had met with you. Last names Campbell, Thomas, Smith, and Dungan. And I think at the time that y'all had met, there were a couple of site plans that you were looking at. It looks like you've settled on one now. That was one of their concerns, but this might actually be better for Dave. With this being the density here being actually lower than R4, where you're proposing 3 houses on a 1.3 acres, is this simply a matter of needing more narrow width of each parcel, or what's the need for the rezoning here? Because it's not density.
I believe it was the lot dimensions and lot development standards for the current district wouldn't allow for the 3 single-family lots, even though the R3 district does allow 3 per acre. The development standards themselves, I think, were limiting how many lots could actually be split out along that piece of property. Mr. Drakeford or Mr. Bouchon may have a little bit more knowledge on some of those standards that were limiting, but that was the premise of the rezoning as far as I understand.
That is correct. So the current zoning requires, I think, a 50-foot or 60-foot frontage, and we are subdividing into lots that are about 44 feet. So it was really to allow for more narrow lots. There's a tremendous amount of depth with the property, and that's why the acreage is so high.
So Dave or Bobby, if you were to build this site by right, would you have to build a private drive perpendicular to Briar Creek, and then the 4 or 5 houses you could build by right would be oriented to that private drive instead of oriented to Briar Creek?
That's correct. And so we could get 4 houses in. The zoning would allow for 5, but they would not be oriented to the street. So we didn't think that would be consistent with the streetscape. And it would actually be a public street that would have to be built perpendicular to the street. So I don't have that plan here. We did show what was allowed by right, and it just was not an orientation that was consistent with the streetscape. So the rezoning, as you noted, is to allow for an orientation that's consistent with the streetscape as opposed to more units.
And this drawing is showing 3 units. It's just that one of the units is significantly bigger than the other 2.
Yeah, if, in my PowerPoint, the fourth slide, or actually the fifth slide reflects what we're proposing.
Okay.
And some other concepts that we had contemplated are the 6th and 7th slide, which was 2 duplexes. The one that you see is the 7th one, the 6th one are 2 duplexes we contemplated, but we just thought that it would be better for the streetscape, and staff was interested in retaining single family as opposed to attached housing. So that's why we defaulted back to that.
And have you been back in touch with those neighbors who had voiced some concerns when you had not settled on a site plan?
We told them that that was the plan. We opened the meeting and stated that we were contemplating a duplex plan, but at the end of the meeting, we committed to this 3-house plan. I didn't realize that we need to follow up, but we certainly will confirm for them that this is the final plan.
Well, and like I said, part of that's on me because I missed this and have not had a chance to talk to them. But I will this week, and then I'll circle back with you from there.
And certainly, I apologize for not being in regular contact with you as well. Thank you.
Thanks.
No, we don't have any other folks with a question. So I'm sorry, who is that?
Driggs, move to close.
Mr. Driggs moves to close. And who's our second?
Graham.
Mr. Graham. I think it would be great if you guys would, I'm going to have to see if we can start saying names for the motions, and that would be really helpful too. All right, so let's start with Mr. Winston.
Yes.
Ms. Ajmira?
Yes.
Mr. Driggs?
Yes.
Ms. Watlington?
Yes.
Ms. Johnson?
Yes.
Mr. Bakari?
Yes.
Mr. Graham?
Yes.
Mr. Eggleston?
Yes.
All right, the next item that we have is item number 36, petition 2020-111 by MR3 Development for approximately 1.6 acres located at Dixie River Road, west of Shopton in District 3. The current zoning is multifamily residential conditional, and proposed zoning is commercial center. Staff recommends approval of the petition upon resolution of outstanding issues related to land use. And with that, we have two speakers. That would be Mr. Butts and Mr. Molnar. And so we'll have 3 minutes for the staff, and then the petitioners will have 3 minutes as well. Thank you very much. Go ahead and let's start, Mr. Patana.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. 2021-11 is 1.6 acres. It's on Dixie River Road, just off of Shopton. It's in the area of the outlets and Bearwick Elementary. The current zoning of the property is R17 MF, and the proposed zoning is for NS, Neighborhood Services. Currently has the Lower Lake Wylie protected area and will maintain that should the property be rezoned as an overlay. The Dixie Berry Hill Strategic Plan from 2003 recommends multifamily dwellings at up to 17 dwelling units per acre for the site. The proposal, this petition does limit the site to a child care center. You can see there's one proposed building and parking area off of Dixie River Road. There's a 3-foot buffer, 5-foot bike lane. Well, there'd be a buffered bike lane with 3 feet separating it, and then an 8-foot planting strip and 6-foot sidewalk along Dixie River Road. Staff does recommend approval of this petition. There do have some outstanding issues related to land use. That's really just to better clarify that the intended end use is just for a daycare and no other uses in that NS district. It is inconsistent with that recommendation for multifamily at 17 dwelling units per acre, but staff does consider child care centers more as institutional land uses and feel they are still compatible in those residential areas at an appropriate location, and feel that this is one of those locations. So again, we do recommend approval, and we'll be happy to answer questions following the presentation by the petitioner. Thank you.
All right, Mr. Butts and Mr. Molnar, you have 3 minutes.
Yes, thank you. This is Mr. Butts, and frankly, I think staff did a great job. So unless Mr. Molnar has anything to add, I think we'll yield it back to the floor.
Mr. Molnar?
I have no comments.
All right, thank you. I want to recognize Ms. Johnson.
It was a parliamentarian question. I can wait until after the vote.
All right, we have no other questions or comments.
Move to close. Ed Driggs.
Mr. Driggs?
Watlington, second.
All right, thank you, Ms. Watlington. That's really helpful. All right, Mr. Winston?
Yes.
Ms. Ajmira?
Yes.
Ms. Mr. Driggs?
Yes.
Ms. Watlington?
Yes.
Ms. Johnson?
Yes.
Mr. Bakari?
Yes.
Mr. Graham?
Yes.
Mr. Eggleston?
Yes.
All right, thank you. I want to recognize Ms. Johnson.
Thank you. It was in line to what Ms. Watlington just did. Since we know the order that you're going to call on us, would it be easier for us to just go in turn and say our name and our vote? Would that help you and move things along after the motion's been seconded?
So after having a discussion with the attorney, I thought that I've been watching other jurisdictions' council meetings to see how we could do things better. Let me watch a few more and maybe we can talk about it in January.
Okay.
All right, thank you. All right, so the next item on our agenda is 37, and it's petition number 2020-121 by James Doyle with Chamberlain Townhomes for approximately 1.1 acres on the east side of South Turner Avenue on the west side of Bacon in District 2. The current zoning is general industrial and multifamily residential with 22 units an acre, and the requested zoning is urban residential conditional. The staff recommends approval upon resolution of technical revisions related to the site and the building design. And we have one speaker, Mr. Pennell, Paul Pennell, to following the staff presentation. Mr. Paten.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. 2021-21 is just over an acre. It's off South Turner and Bacon Avenue, just south of Brazos Ferry Road. The current zoning of the property is, there's two properties involved. One is zoned I-1, that's the property of the front South Turner. The property off Bacon Avenue is zoned R22MF. The proposed zoning is to take both those properties, combine them into a UR2 urban residential conditional zoning district. The adopted future land use for these properties are from the Central District Plan. Again, that's from 1993. You can see one portion of the property along South Turner is recommended to remain industrial in nature as an I-1 property. And then the property on the back with that hatching is recommended for single family or multifamily at no more than 8 dwelling units per acre. However, given the age of the plan, we do run the general development policies, and the guidance under those policies does recommend densities greater than 4 units per acre, and this petition does meet the criteria for consideration of over to 17 dwelling units per acre. The petition associated with this, or the proposal associated with this petition, is up to 15 single-family attached dwellings in 3 separate buildings. Max height is 40 feet. There's commitments to architectural standards, as well as proposing rear-loaded units via private alleyways. Also, we have an 8-foot planting strip, an 8-foot sidewalk along Bacon Avenue, and then a 12-foot multi-use path along the existing right-of-way on Chamberlain Avenue. Staff does recommend approval of this petition. We do have some outstanding issues related to some technical revisions in site and building design that we need to work through. As mentioned, it is inconsistent with the Central District Plan recommendations. However, it is consistent with the general development policies that recommend up to 17 dwelling units per acre. I think overall this project comes in at about 13 units per acre, so we're still under that general development policy recommendation. So again, staff does recommend approval, and we'll be happy to take any questions following Mr. Pennell's presentation.
Mr. Pennell?
Good evening, Madam Mayor and City Council. Thank you so much for this opportunity to speak tonight in regards to zoning petition 2021-21. I am Paul Pennell with Urban Design Partners representing the petitioner. Dave did a wonderful job in providing a great presentation. I would like to run through a couple items here. The slides are not progressing. Most notably, we've been working with, actually, if someone could advance the slide to the second site plan rendering, that would be very helpful. Well, most notably, we've been working closely with planning and subdivision regarding the improvement of Chamberlain Avenue. There are quite a lot of environmental features that are currently existing that is preventing the improvement for vehicular connection between South Turner and Bacon Avenue. So we've arrived at a unique 12-foot wide multi-use path to provide a pedestrian connection between South Turner and Bacon. And also, most notably, one of the items that had changed and that came out of our community meeting on October 8th, the community let us know that most of the homes within this area are front-loaded and include porches. The community enjoys getting to know their neighbors, and the previous petition had included front-loaded garages. As Dave had previously mentioned, we now include a rear-load garages within this petition. And with that, I will open it up to any potential questions.
All right. Does any council member have a question? All right, hearing no questions, may I have a motion?
Driggs.
Mr. Driggs, in the second? Do I have a second?
Second, Bakari.
Thank you. All right, let's go ahead and get started. Mr. Winston?
Yes.
Ms. Sajmira?
Yes.
Mr. Driggs?
Yes.
Ms. Watlington?
Yes.
Ms. Johnson?
Yes.
Mr. Bakari?
Yes.
Mr. Graham?
Yes.
Mr. Eggleston?
Yes.
All right, the next item is item number 38, petition number 2020-126 by Carolina Capital Real Estate Partners, approximately 4.25 acres located on the east side of Yeoman Road, southwest of Verbena. It's in Council District 3. The current zoning is general industrial, and the proposed zoning is transit-oriented development transition. This is a conventional petition, is that correct? A conventional petition. So with that, we have 3 speakers signed up: Brittany Lenz, Colin Brown, Todd Harrison. If you guys will work that out, then we'll go to the staff for the presentation.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. 2020-126 is 4¼ acres stretching between Verbena Street, Yeoman Road, just off Nations Crossing, and my time is up. The petitioner property is currently zoned I2, general industrial. The proposed zoning is TOD-TR. As you can see on this slide, we do have some TR just next door to this project, as well as up off of Southside Drive and Old Pineville Road, and then TOD on the other side of Old Pineville Road along the light rail corridor. This is from the Woodlawn Station area plan that does recommend office industrial warehouse for the subject site, and talks about the different types of moderate intensity and office industrial warehouse uses. The property south of Verbena and west of Nations Crossing currently have that mix of office and light industrial. The area west of Old Pineville has a similar mix of uses. The plan does support a mix of office and industrial warehouse uses at a lower density. Again, this would be for transit-oriented and transit-supportive types of uses. The staff does recommend approval of the petition. It is inconsistent with the Woodlawn Station area plan. It is just under 1 mile from Woodlawn Station on the Lynx Blue Line. Since the adoption of the plan, TOD and mixed-use development has certainly advanced in the area of this property. The use of conventional TR does apply within that 1 mile walking distance of an existing rapid transit station and would be consistent with the types of redevelopment that we've seen in this area. So again, staff does recommend approval. It is conventional, so no site plan conditions to speak of, and we will be happy to answer questions following any presentation by Mr. Brown or Ms. Lenz.
All right, Ms. Lenz.
Yes, thanks so much. Dave, Mayor Lyles, members of City Council, Zoning Committee, my name is Brittany Lenz, and I'm with the law firm of Alexander Rick. I'm here today with Todd Harrison representing the petitioner Carolina Capital. I won't belabor the points. This is a conventional case. Wendy, if you wouldn't mind just skipping to the third slide. I just want to really quickly orient you guys to the site. Or Wendy, if I have control. Perfect, thank you. So this is in what some affectionately call the LoSo area, or maybe not so affectionately. But this area has seen a lot of investment, a lot of amenities in the area. So you're probably familiar with the breweries, the restaurants. There's a doggy daycare a block away, lower left brewery a block away from the site. The light rail going right to, if you can see my cursor, to the right of the site. We are actually within walking distance of two different light rail stations, both the Scaly Bark and the Woodlawn station. So again, we are requesting Todd TR, which is the same as what's next door and also what's to the north on Southside Drive. And we think that that's going to keep a consistent design standard and streetscape and building siting along that block. Again, this is, Todd TR is a transitional Todd district, which we are seeing a lot of transition in this area with the amenities and a desire to really live, work, and play in this area. So we do think that that's a more appropriate use here, along with the investment in the light rail, rather than the heavy industrial use that it's currently zoned for. We also see this Todd TR as a transition or a buffer to the areas from the Todd light rail areas to the industrial and the other uses that might be further away from the light rail. So that's why we had chosen this Todd TR district. And we are happy to have staff support. And at this time, I'm happy to answer any questions. And again, Todd Harrison is here as well.
Are there any council members with questions for the petitioner or the staff? Hearing none, may I have a motion to close?
So moved, Driggs.
Second?
Second, Johnson.
All right. Mr. Winston?
Yes.
Ms. Ajmira?
Yes.
Mr. Driggs?
Yes.
Ms. Watlington? Ms. Watlington? I can't hear you. Ms. Johnson?
Yes.
Mr. Bakari?
Yes.
Mr. Graham?
Yes.
Mr. Eggleston?
Yes.
So Ms. Watlington?
Yes.
Thank you. All right, the next item on our agenda is another conventional petition for 2020-129 Providence Group Capital for approximately 3.2 acres located south of the intersection of Donovan Street and Tryon, District 3 in District 3. The current zoning is Transit-Oriented Development Neighborhood Center, and the proposed zoning is Transit-Oriented Development Urban Center. Staff recommends approval of this petition, and in this case, we have Mr. McVane and Mr. Freeman, who would like to speak for the petition as well after the staff presentation.
All right, thank you, Madam Mayor. 2020-129 is 3.264 acres. It's on South Tryon Street and Donovan Street, as well as some frontage back on Distribution. The existing zoning is TOD NC. When we get to that map, you may see some of that area doesn't look like it has a color on it. Apparently, there is some issues with GIS mapping for those TOD NC parcels, but everything you see that doesn't have a color on it is associated with TOD NC zoning currently. This proposal this petition is part of the New Bern Transit Station Area Plan from 2008. It does recommend TOD uses. These properties were part of the alignment rezoning back when we did 2019-102. This property is requesting to go from the TOD NC that was applied now to TOD UC. Part of the main rationale for that is that this property is now within a quarter-mile walk of the proposed Rampart Station, and then a little over a half-mile of the East-West Boulevard Station. So really the addition of Rampart that's being proposed is really, like I said, the justification of taking this up from an NC to a UC district. Staff does feel that that transition is appropriate given that new station that's proposed, and we do support the petition and recommend approval, and we'll be happy to take questions following Mr. McVane's presentation. Thank you.
All right, Mr. McVane.
Thank you, Mayor. Good evening, Mayor, members of council, members of the zoning committee. Keith McVane with Moore Van Allen, representing Providence Group Capital LLC. With me tonight is J.Q. representing the petitioner. If you could advance to the last slide, Wendy, that'd be great. I think Dave has hit all the high points here. Site was zoned to TOD NC as part of the realignment rezoning back in November of 2019. The MTC earlier this year, in June of this year, voted to add a new station along the Blue Line transit line at Rampart. That placed this site just within a quarter mile of that future station, and therefore supports the change from one transit supportive category to the other, to the more intense urban center transit supportive district. And so that's our request tonight. I'll be glad to answer any questions. Mr. Friedman's also available to answer questions. Thank you, Mayor.
All right. Are there any questions? I don't think there are any questions. So could I have a motion to close the public hearing?
So moved, Driggs.
A second? Could I have a
Wake up,
second?
guys.
Second Johnson.
Thank you. All right, stay with us. We're getting too close. We're getting close to the end, right? All right, Mr. Winston.
Yes.
Ms. Ajmira.
Yes.
Mr. Driggs.
Yes.
Ms. Watlington.
Yes.
Ms. Johnson.
Yes.
Mr. Bakari.
Yes.
Mr. Graham.
Yes.
Mr. Eggleston.
Yes.
Thank you very much. The next item is item number 40. And 41, excuse me. No, 40, excuse me, 40. Another conventional petition. I like these. These are like going fast. 2020-130 by US 21 Holding Company for approximately 12.7 acres located along the west side of Statesville Road and along the north side of Lakeview Road. It's in District 2. Its current zoning is light industrial. The proposed zoning is general industrial. Staff recommends approval of this petition. And we have Mr. McVane to speak for the petitioner following the staff presentation.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. 2021-30 is about just over 12.7 acres along the west side of Statesville Road and north side of Lakeview Road, just off I-77. The property is currently zoned I-1, and the proposed zoning is I-2. Again, conventional, no conditional district or site plan. The North Lake Area Plan from 2008 does call for warehouse distribution uses for this site. Those are typically more aligned with I-1 zoning. This one, again, is an I-2 request. So staff does find the petition is inconsistent with that warehouse distribution, but when looking at the petition and the current zoning, there's a good bit, and again, I'm out of time, there's a good bit of I-2 zoning surrounding the area as well as I-1. This is a pretty consistent industrial area along Statesville Road, particularly this north side of Lakeview. So staff does feel the I-2 is appropriate. Even with that inconsistency, we do recommend approval, and we'll be happy to take any questions following Mr. McVane's presentation. Thank you.
All right, Mr. McVane.
Thank you, Mayor. Good evening again, Mayor, and members of council, members of zoning committee. Keith McVane with Moore Van Allen, assisting US 21 Holding Company, LLC. As Dave mentioned, the conventional request, I-1 to I-2, to allow the existing use on the site, which is a truck yard storage facility, has been used that way continuously since 2001 and prior to 1997 as well. Once the rezoning is completed, if we are successful, will be working with city engineering and land development staff could bring the site into compliance with other aspects of the zoning regulations as well as PCO and tree ordinance. As Dave mentioned, the North Lake Area Plan recommends industrial and warehouse distribution uses here. Next slide, Wendy. There are, as mentioned in the staff analysis, next slide, please. Thank you. As mentioned in the staff analysis, the area is predominantly developed with industrial uses, and there are similar uses to this surrounding the site, and this would be consistent with that. I'll be glad to answer any questions. Thank you.
Do we have any questions from council for the staff or the petitioner? Hearing none, if we can close, have a motion to close?
To close.
And a second?
Second Johnson.
Thank you very much. All right. Mr. Winston?
Yes.
Ms. Ajmira?
Yes.
Mr. Driggs?
Yes.
Ms. Watlington?
Yes.
Ms. Johnson?
Yes.
Mr. Bakari? Okay. All right. Mr. Graham?
Yes.
Mr. Eggleston?
Yes.
Thank you very much. Next item is item 41. Item 41 is petition 2020-131 by John Nichols for approximately 1.5 acres located on the south side of Central Avenue. It's in District 1. The current zoning is general business pedestrian overlay, and the proposed zoning is transit-oriented development community center with a pedestrian overlay. Again, another conventional petition. And so we'll start with the staff presentation, and our speaker is Mr. McVane.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. 2020-131 is just over 1.5 acres. This is on Central Avenue between Hawthorne Lane and Lamar Avenue. All the properties within those intersections are included in this proposal. The current zoning is B2 PED. The proposed zoning would be TOD-CC. The Plaza Central Pedscape Plan from 2003 does recommend office mixed use for this site, which would be office multifamily greater than 12 units per acre, as well as some limited retail for the subject parcels involved in the rezoning. This is a conventional TOD-CC petition. It is consistent with the Plaza Central Pedscape Plan. It's within 0.8 miles of the adopted, 0.08 miles of the adopted Lynx Gold Line Sunnyside stop. And so it is consistent with TOD zoning, and we do recommend approval of this petition, and we'll be happy to answer any questions. I do believe we have Mr. Nichols on the call just for questions.
I was going to say, I do not have a sign-up person,
Yeah,
a person signed up, so only if
we have
there are
questions.
questions.
Correct.
So, Mr. McVane, I was trying to give you a new client. Sorry that I missed that opportunity for you. Mr. Nichols can speak if there are any questions, and Mr. Eggleston has the floor.
Thank you. Mr. Nichols, you and I can talk more about this offline if you'd like. And obviously, with being a conventional rezoning, you're not committing to any plan here. I am curious, though, what the vision is for this block. This is a great block with great buildings on it, as you well know, one of which is fairly new construction and I think was done in a way that really fit in well with the neighborhood, both the design and the businesses that went into it. And I don't know a lot of information about the building that was Pour Tap House. I think a new eating and drinking establishment just opened up where Pour had been. But I think that building's got some age to it. Don't know what sort of historic value it has. Anyway, I'd be more curious to hear. And again, if you prefer, we can do it offline, but hear what the vision is on if this is something that would lead to likely clearing this block of the buildings that are there, because it'd be a shame to see some of those go. No, we spent entirely too much money to clear any of these buildings. The original house that's on the corner was built in 1910. That was our first office here. In 2017, we built the new building, which is a 10,000 square foot multi-tenant building you just mentioned, and we actually occupied the second floor with our own office. Pour Tap is sold to another tenant during this COVID period, and they're still occupied. And then also there's some new tenants going in the next building in the block as well. So the purpose of one, we're right next to the new light rail stop, and yay for the Hawthorne Bridge opening today. And we see that the rail work is hopefully coming along soon, but we're just really trying to use these old buildings and have the ability to put multiple uses in here. But most of our tenants are long-term. We've been very involved with the pet overlay zoning and the TOD zoning and the light rail streetcar coming to the neighborhood. And we felt like TOD gave us the best options as tenants turn over and for us to fully utilize the property. I believe the city recommended it just so we could use all of the space for multiple uses. But so more about like parking requirements and things of that nature with the current buildings than it is about some sort of new vision for tearing down and building new. it allows us to use the patios more, the parking spaces more. It helps us, you know, in pretty much bringing the buildings to life and being able to use all the space that we have. Perfect. That's exactly what I was hoping for. Thank you. Sure. That's all I've got.
All right, no other questions. So for petition number 41, do I have a motion to close?
So moved, Driggs?
Mr. Driggs, a second?
Second, Eggleston.
Thank you, Mr. Eggleston. Mr. Winston?
Yes.
Ms. Ajmira?
Yes.
Mr. Driggs?
Yes.
Ms. Watlington?
Yes.
Ms. Johnson?
Yes.
Mr. Bakari?
Yes.
Mr. Graham?
Yes.
Mr. Eggleston?
Yes.
All right, so that takes us to item 42, rezoning petition 2020-132 by 1124 Galloway, approximately 8 acres located on the north side of Galloway Road, east of 85. It's in District 4. The current zoning has 3 single-family units residential. The proposed zoning is multifamily, 12 units per acre, and it's conditional. Staff recommends approval of this petition, and in this case, we have Ms. Lenz back to coordinate with Mr. Brown and Mr. Maynard. All right, so we'll have the staff presentation now.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. 2020-132 is just over 8 acres at the end of John Adams Road, fronting Galloway Road. The property is currently zoned R3. The petitioner is seeking R12 MF, multifamily conditional. The adopted area plan, which is the Northwest Area Plan from 2008, does call for office uses. For the site, you can see there's also residential at 12 DUA and some retail further down John Adams. That's recommendations in that plan. This proposal is for up to 63 attached single-family residential units. We'd be looking at an 8-foot sidewalk and planting strip along Galloway Road and internal sidewalks throughout the site. We do have curb and gutter installation that would go along Galloway Road frontage, a minimum 2,000 square foot amenity area, and then enhanced in architectural standards to limit blank wall expanses and include recessed garage doors. Staff does recommend approval of this petition. There are no outstanding issues. It is inconsistent with our recommendation of office use. The proposal for 63 single-family attached at density of 7.8 is, do feel that it still fulfills the area plan's recommendation to provide a mix of land uses in a pedestrian-oriented environment. The property just adjacent to this was recently rezoned for a mixed-use project for multifamily apartments, townhomes, and office space. So we do feel this kind of complements what's been happening transition-wise in that area. And we do feel that it is appropriate and do recommend approval. And we'll be happy to answer any questions following Ms. Lynn's presentation. Thank you.
All right,
Great.
Ms.
Thank you so much, Dave.
Yes?
Great. Mayor Lyles, members of City Council and Zoning Committee, Brittany Lenz again with Alexander Ricks. I also have Mark Maynard here with me representing the petitioner. Staff did a great job of summarizing this one for us. So Wendy, if you wouldn't mind just skipping to the 4th slide, I'll hit a few highlights, but not keep you guys too long in the interest of time. Next slide. Thank you. So as Dave mentioned, we are requesting R12 CD, which is consistent with the 12 units per acre that is recommended in the plan across the street on the other side of Galloway. We also, as part of this conditional plan, are restricting our density to 7.8 DUA, even though it is an R12 request. Dave hit the points of the amenity area. I do just want to stress that we are improving the streetscape along Galloway Road. Right now, there is no curb, there's no gutter, there's no sidewalk, there's no planting strip. So we would be installing an 8-foot sidewalk, an 8-foot planting strip, and then in response to staff comments on those units fronting Galloway Road, we have oriented them so that their front doors are towards Galloway and they are alley fed so the garages are in the back to really create this pedestrian environment along the front where you're not seeing garages and driveways, you're seeing the fronts of homes. We do think that that is consistent with the area plan, which has language that is promoting a mixture of land uses and also a pedestrian-oriented environment. We held a community meeting. There were no attendees. We're not aware of any opposition, and we're happy to have staff support. So at this time, I'm happy to answer any questions you might have. And I have Mark Maynard here as well.
All right, so I don't have any questions by the council members.
To close, Driggs.
All right, motion to close by Mr. Driggs, and a second?
Second, Johnson.
Ms. Johnson, thank you. All right, Mr. Winston?
Yes.
Mr. Mitchell?
Yes.
Ms. Ajmira?
Yes.
Mr. Driggs?
Yes.
Ms. Watlington?
Yes.
Ms. Johnson?
Yes.
Mr. Bakari?
Yes.
Mr. Graham?
Yes.
Mr. Eggleston? All right, so that was item 42. The next item is 43, petition 2020-136 by Scaffolding Solutions for approximately 8.9 acres located on the south side of W.T. Harris Boulevard, Old Statesville Road. In Council District 2, the current zoning is light industrial. The proposed zoning is general industrial. Staff recommends approval of this petition upon resolution of outstanding issues on transportation and environment. So we have, in this case, Mr. Fields and Mr. Jatan, who will have the opportunity to present following the staff's presentation.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. 2020-136, it's just under 9 acres on Harris Boulevard at the end of Henderson Road, just to the east of Old Statesville Road and David Cox Road. The petition and property, the current zoning is I-1, as mentioned. The request of proposed zoning is I-2 conditional. The area plan is from the Northeast District Plan, that's from 1996, does call for industrial uses on this site. The proposal is for limited uses to those allowed in I-1, plus a contractor's office and outdoor storage. They do commit to maintain landscape screening along Harris Boulevard, and then also an eastbound right turn lane on W.T. Harris Boulevard as well into the site. Staff does recommend approval of this petition. We do have outstanding issues related to transportation and environment to work through. As mentioned, it is consistent with the Northeast District Plan recommendation of industrial uses, and so staff does recommend approval, and we'll be happy to answer any questions following Mr. Fields and Mr. Jatan's presentation. Thank you.
Mr. Fields, you have 3 minutes with Mr. Jatan.
Thank you, Mayor, members of council, zoning committee. I'm Walter Fields. Roger Jatan of Scaffolding Solutions, my client, is also on the line and available for questions if you have any about the specifics of his business. We appreciate working with the staff and the staff support on this particular request. We find ourselves standing in front of you tonight because one of your other government processes has been shut down by the COVID regulations. Scaffolding Solutions received a letter from the city in September of 2019 verifying that the use that they had, which is equipment rental, could go on this property. And in November, they closed on the property. When they went to get permits in May of 2020, someone else looked at the application and came around with a different interpretation, which said they couldn't go in an I-1 district, that they would have to have I-2 zoning. We verified that with the zoning administrator. An appeal was actually filed to the Board of Adjustment regarding that interpretation. As fate would have it, the COVID restrictions have put the temporary end to quasi-judicial proceedings, and so we were left only with the option to seek a rezoning for the property since we weren't able to avail ourselves of the appeal process. And so we're here before you tonight asking for a simple rezoning from an I-1 to an I-2 CD with a restricted number of uses. And I understand, because my conversation with CDOT and the city staff have indicated that the notes in the staff analysis, we've already had conversations with both those departments, and we believe those issues have essentially been resolved verbally. We just have to make the changes to the site plan. So we're consistent with the Northeast District Plan. We're consistent with the city's requirements for this type of use. Staff analysis recommends approval. We did have a community meeting, a real live meeting on the site, complete with spacing requirements, masks, hand cleaning, and so forth. Sadly, no one chose to join us at that occasion, so we had no one at our community meeting. I'll stop at this point and see if there are any questions for me or for Mr. Jatan. from the council or from the zoning committee. Thank you very much, and happy holidays.
Thank you very much. Are there any questions? Hearing no questions from the council, may I have a motion to close?
Close, Driggs.
Second, Graham.
All right. All right. Mr. Winston?
Yes.
Mr. Mitchell?
Yes.
Ms. Ajmira?
Yes.
Mr. Driggs?
Yes.
Ms. Watlington?
Yes.
Ms. Johnson?
Yes.
Mr. Bakari? Mr. Graham?
Yes.
Mr. Eggleston?
Yes.
All right, let's go to item 44, petition 2020-136 by Rosemary Burt for approximately 4/10, almost 5/10 of an acre located on the south side of Rutgers Avenue and the east side of Lindstrom in Council District 1. The current zoning is single-family residential 4 units and then per acre. The proposed zoning is urban residential conditional. And we have Ms. Burt, as well as Glenn Stanczyk. Stanczyk, thank you very much for helping me out there. And you'll have the 3 minutes since the staff recommends approval of this petition upon resolution of outstanding issues on transportation and technical revisions related to the environment. All right, we'll have the staff presentation.
Great, thank you, Madam Mayor. 2020-138, 0.472 acres. It's on Rutgers Avenue as well as Ligustrum Street, just west of Sugar Creek Road. The current zoning, as mentioned, was R4. The zoning that's being proposed this evening is for UR2 conditional. This is from the Central District Plan that calls for single family at up to 4 dwelling units per acre. However, given the date of the plan, we do run general development policies which support up to 12 dwelling units per acre on this site. The proposal this evening is for the construction of an additional duplex. There is an existing duplex currently fronting Rutgers Avenue. This would be to construct one more duplex on the site, which would also include improvements for a 6-foot sidewalk along both Ligustrum Street and Rutgers Avenue, and I believe some other conditional elements that involve ADA ramps and some other architectural commitments. Overall, the staff does recommend approval of this petition. We do have some outstanding issues related to transportation and some technical revisions related to environment to work through. As mentioned, it is inconsistent with the base recommendation of the Central District Plan, but consistent with general development policies which support up to 12 dwelling units per acre. This petition comes in at 8.4, so we are under that recommendation from the general development policies. So staff will be happy to answer any questions following the presentation by Ms. Burt or Mr. Stanczyk, and we'll let them take it from there.
All right, Ms. Burt and Mr. Stanczyk.
Thank you very much. Good evening, Madam Mayor and council members. I'm Rosemary Burt. I'm the petitioner. And thank you to the planning department staff, professionals. You have been a tremendous resource through the process. With me tonight is Glenn Stanczyk. We are here to address any questions. Petition 2020-138 proposes adding a second affordable housing duplex to the site along the 500 block of Ligustrum. I'm the petitioner and own the existing duplex on the site as well as the 3 adjacent duplexes on the 600 block of Ligustrum. I have made significant improvements to these duplexes since my company purchased them in 2018, including new roofs, windows, central air and heat, new baths, kitchens, and plumbing. Every effort has been made to keep the existing long-term tenants in place during the renovation process. Site has been the location of several past neighborhood cleanup efforts and seen some illegal activity in the past. We had a community meeting. Unfortunately, it was not well attended. We did, however, reach out to the Farm Crest neighborhood community members, and they have extended their support, as well as 2 CMPD officers that work in the neighborhood. The petitioner agrees to address all outstanding issues related to transportation and the environment. Happy to take any questions.
All right, are there any questions for the petitioner?
Madam Mayor,
Mr. Eggleston?
just will say that I think us continuing to find ways to pursue duplex, and triplex, and quad type options is going to continue to be one of the best ways that we can keep housing more affordable in this community, and not, I mean, in Charlotte, but also specifically in this part of my district. This will be an area where housing prices will start to go up sooner than later, and they're already starting to. So I appreciate Ms. Burt for what she's doing here to strengthen this neighborhood and try to help keep it affordable in the meantime. So motion to close unless anybody else has got anything.
Second.
All right, thank you, Mr. Eggleston and Mr. Driggs. So then, Mr. Winston, we have a motion to close.
Yes.
Mr. Mitchell?
Yes.
Ms. Ajmira?
Yes.
Mr. Driggs?
Yes.
Ms. Watlington?
Yes.
Ms. Johnson?
Yes.
Mr. Bakari?
Yes.
Mr. Graham? Mr. Eggleston?
Yes.
All right. The next item on our agenda is item number 45. It's a conventional petition for 2020-139 by Red Cedar Capital Partners for approximately 12.8 acres located on the west side of Brown Road, and it is out in our extraterritorial jurisdiction, sorry. And it's closest to District 4. The current zoning is for our single-family residential 3, and the proposed zoning is single-family residential 4. Staff recommends approval of this petition, and we have 3 speakers: Brittany Lenz, Colin Brown, and John Grabowski. Ms. Lenz will recognize you after the staff presentation.
All right, thank you, Madam Mayor. 2020-139, 12.89 acres. This is on Hucks Road and Brown Road. Does connect, have some adjacency with Sweet Grove Court. The petition or property is currently zoned R3. Proposed zoning with the petition is for conventional R4. This is part of the Prosperity Hucks area plan from 2015, which does call for residential uses up to 4 dwelling units per acre. Staff does recommend approval of this petition. It is consistent with that 4 DUA recommendation that would be consistent with the R4 zoning district. There's no conditional plan to speak of, so we'll be happy to answer any questions following a presentation by Ms. Lenz and their team. Thank you.
All right. Ms. Lenz?
Thank you so much, Madam Mayor, members of City Council. This is Brittany Lenz again, speaking on behalf of Alexander Ricks, and the petitioner this time is Red Cedar Capital Partners. I also have John Grabowski here with me to answer any questions you might have. Staff did a good overview as always. This is a conventional case. Wendy, if you wouldn't mind just skipping to slide 5. I just want to reiterate the point that, and Wendy, I think this is actually the presentation from our last petition, but that's okay, no problem. So I just want to reiterate that this is consistent with the area plan, the Prosperity Hucks area plan, which is one of the relatively new ones, a recommendation for 4 dwelling units per acre, which is what we're requesting. We're happy to have staff support for this modest increase in density. Also want to reiterate a point that was said earlier in the meeting about conventional petitions, that we believe that this is appropriate for conventional, and we have staff support believing as well that the ordinance contains the necessary protections or sufficient protections for the density and the height and setbacks and all of those components of an ordinance to protect the adjacent single family and keep single family in this area. We recognize that Charlotte is a growing city, and there's a need for housing of all types and modest increases in density that are supported by the plan. So we held a meeting voluntarily. We held an outreach meeting for this site, even though it is a conventional case. We did hear some concerns about traffic and some of the interactions between the existing single-family homes and the single-family homes that we would be proposing. Again, this is a conventional petition, but we've listened to the neighbors and hope to provide them with a plan that they're satisfied with. At this point, I'm happy to answer any questions that you might have. And again, I have John Grabowski with me as well.
Thank you. Are there any questions? Mr. Mitchell?
Mayor? Yes, thank you, Mayor and Council. So just a couple of questions. One, staff, when you look at the vehicle trip generation I write up, and it goes from existing 10 trips per day the proposed zoning, 560 trips per day. That seemed like an enormous lot of trips from a R3 to a R4, particularly those of us who live in the Hucks Road area. That's a farm road. So one question, Brittany, are you all proposed to doing any infrastructure like you did on the previous rezoning on Galloway for this particular rezoning?
So, Mr. Mitchell, since this is a conventional case, we can't commit to transportation improvements as part of the rezoning. Now, we would be doing streetscape improvements as part of the rezoning. So to the extent that there isn't sufficient curb and gutter and sidewalk and planting strip, those would be included in our petition.
So let me go back to the point you made. You say you can't commit. Are you saying but you heard some feedback from the citizens at the community meeting? So what is the win-win for the developer as well as the community who has voiced strong opposition on the traffic impact it will have on this development?
Right. So by saying that I can't commit, it's that there's not a mechanism for committing to improvements outside of what the ordinance would require for R4 zoning. So we believe that it's a modest increase in in the density, and that on top of the recommended area plan for it to be at this density of 4 DUA is sufficient.
Hey, staff, so let me follow Dave. Brittany said they can't commit because of the R4 zoning. Is that our ruling?
You know, we just had this conversation a little while ago at the beginning of the meeting, the difference between conditional and conventional. So I'm going to ask Mr. Patin to explain again. I ask that question all the time about, the conventional, which is that, you cannot ask those kinds of questions or have them do that. So Dave, you want to talk about that again?
Sure. So this petition actually is, I think the trip gen is the entitlement. If somebody came in and built this out under current zoning of R3, they could get potentially 38 single-family dwellings, which would generate up to 430 trips a day. Under the proposed zoning, we could look at a maximum of 51 single-family dwellings that would generate 560 trips per day. So we'd be looking at a difference of about 130 trips a day under what could be built currently versus what's being proposed under the zoning. Given that this is conventional, what Ms. Linz was conveying was that they can't commit with any mechanism to transportation improvements just because the conventional zoning district would just have them build under the ordinance of the city and then any other guidelines that they'd be having to adhere to for environmental issues. But there's no conditional plan to say, as a result, we're going to commit to doing any intersection improvements or any of that just because it's a conventional petition versus a conditional petition. So that's the reason that there's not a mechanism to commit. If there's things that are found out during the permitting process that could trigger different things that may need to be needed, like a turn lane into the site, something to that effect, but it wouldn't be part of the entitlement process that we have in front of us right now.
So
okay, Dave, so let me do a follow-up. What's in front of council right now, is that driven by this city council changing that policy, or that's at the state level?
So the conventional petitions by nature is just asking for by right zoning, which would be to ask for the ability to just build under the ordinance. The conditional is when, there's other mitigating factors that you need to bring into a petition that would need to be committed to through more of an agreement between the petitioner and the jurisdiction. So in this case, it's just conventional, and that's really just based on the enabling legislation the state gives us to handle rezonings through either avenue.
So it's a state.
Okay, so are you saying it's the state instead of the city who could change the policy?
Yes, I think that
it's a statutory policy, yeah.
It's state statutes, and Mr. Mitchell, Dave gave a whole lot of words, but I'm going to say this way: under the state law, that you can't ask specific questions about a rezoning if they're just doing in their file conventionally. They can do whatever's allowed in the district or in the zoning district. So they get to do, if this is the case, on this one, they get to do R4.
Okay, and so last question, Mayor. And so Brittany, what is going to be your follow-up to the citizens? Because some of us have received some strong opposition. And so what is going to be your follow-up to the neighborhood leaders?
Sure. So we've received most of their contact information, at least the ones that attended our outreach meeting, and we'd be happy to reach out to them again and talk through some of their concerns. Again, this would be outside of the rezoning entitlement for our conventional case, but we're happy to talk with them about their concerns. I know a few of them live adjacent to the site on Sweetbriar Ridge, and they just want to know what they're going to be seeing from their backyard. And I think we've talked about would they prefer to see a fence or prefer to see landscaping, and those are all things that we're happy to talk through, but would not be part of the rezoning, but certainly happy to continue the conversations with them.
Okay, and if you could do me one favor, when you all reconvene that meeting, can you send Councilmember Johnson and I invite, we're in close proximity to this rezoning.
Have it noted. Thank you so much, Councilman Mitchell.
Thank you, Mayor.
All right, Ms. Johnson. Ms. Johnson?
Thank you, Mayor. I've also spoken to Dave about this petition.
You need to speak into your mic, Ms. Johnson.
Okay, thank you.
That's easy to roll back in that chair, I know.
Thanks. I've also spoken to Dave about this petition, and I realize that it's conventional, but this is part of the concern that residents have and also district reps have. These decisions feel like they're made in a bubble. So although this might only have 560 trips, this is a farm road, and less than a mile away, I would say, there's a huge development that's pending. Also down Brown Road, there's another development pending. So I think this is something that the developer does want to work with the residents, if possible, because this is an area that's growing too fast for the infrastructure. So I have a concern about that Hucks Road intersection. Hucks Road in Statesville, there's already a 40-minute queue time before COVID, and right now it's about 20 minutes. So to add 560 trips, although it might be conventional, I'm not sure that this is a great location for this type of influx so suddenly. So I don't know what traffic study was done or any type of memo, but I would like to know from CDOT, if possible, what that intersection at Hucks Road and Brown Road, what the current grade is, or if there's any type of study that's done there. Because as Mr. Mitchell said, this is a farm road. The neighbors are opposing it. And also there's current development that's pending very, very closely. That's going to provide that's going to increase the traffic in that area. Thank you.
All right, Ms. Ajmira?
So thank you, Madam Mayor. I have a question for our attorney. How the petition is filed, whether it's conditional or conventional, can they be taken into account in our decision making?
So I'm not sure I'm clear on your question. As far as you,
I think she was
approve or
Ms.
deny.
Lynn, she was asking our city attorney.
This question
okay.
Just so you don't have to take that one. Ms. Hagler Gray is going to do that for you, for Ms. Ajmira. Yes?
Yes, so the petitioner has a right to file either a conventional or a conditional plan. I think that there's a meeting with the staff, so I'll defer to Dave and Taiwo about whether they will support a particular petition. But it is, if I understand you correctly, it's entirely at the discretion of the petitioner whether they want to pursue either a conventional plan where they're allowed to develop any of the uses in that particular district, or if they want to apply for a site-specific plan, which we call a conditional plan.
Right, I understand that statutorily. What I'm trying to understand is, can council make a decision based on whether petition was filed using conventional or conditional? I guess, could that be part of our decision making? That's what I'm trying to understand.
I'm not sure. I'm
Let
not
me,
sure
let
if I
me see if
understand.
I can say this. If you're
Let me
considering
see.
it again, if you were able to vote on a conventional petition, what factors are there versus what's factors on the conditional? Is that a fair question, Ms. Ashmira?
Yeah, so alternatively, but in other words, what I'm trying to understand is if we don't have a site plan, which we don't with this kind of request, with this kind of petitions, if you don't have details, could we deny petition just because of that?
I see. I think you have to be very careful because with the conventional plan, they are allowed to do any, they're allowed to develop any use allowed in the particular district. And so it'd be difficult to think of a reason to deny it just because it was conventional without knowing exactly what they were going to do, if that makes sense. In other words, if you're asking, can you deny it just because you would prefer to see a conditional plan, is that what you're saying?
Well, is that what you're saying, Ms. Ashmira?
Yes.
Right?
Yeah, I said yes.
I'm sorry?
She said yes, that's a question. Could you say it, deny it because it didn't show the plan?
Sure. If you, as a council member, think it is more appropriate as conditional and not conventional, that could be your reasoning.
Yeah, so ultimately, we could deny a petition if it does not have a site plan or more details. I mean, that's within council's purview. Is that correct?
I will say, I would rather say it this way, is that if you thought it, because they have an absolute right to file a conventional plan without a site plan. I think what you're asking is if you think it's more appropriate that you have a site plan with particular conditions and you'd rather see that on the site, that could be your basis for denial.
I understand. So ultimately, yes, we could do that. And I think that's probably the message in this. I guess that's the message I have for petitioner in this regard. Thank you.
So one of the questions that I wanted to ask, if you vote to deny a conventional, is the still blackout period the same?
Let me check that. I believe that.
So, if you block someone out, and I think one of the things that we'd have to think about, and there's a reason that the state has it. So I think this is a broader discussion, that if we are really going to talk about denial of conventional petitions, it's a bigger question than just this one. It's probably something that we need to have some review, because once you say no to this, they couldn't come back with a conditional plan. It's not like you say, well, I don't like this and I want you to do conditional because of some of the things. But I think we need to it's a little bit, I don't think that Tari is really prepared, but I know Ty wants to say something, so I'm going to recognize Ty now.
Yeah, what I will say is we need to get ourselves organized around that and give you a better response. But I will caution doing that, because that's actually the direction we're heading with our comprehensive plan and our unified development ordinance, to have less conditional and more conventional. Understanding that the public has provided input into the comprehensive planning process as to what they want to see in an area. And then the Unified Development Ordinance designed regulations around that. Today, 80% of what you approve go through the conditional process, which is why we're here until almost 10 p.m. The plan is to swing the pendulum in the other direction, where we can do less conditional, more conventional, because the community has already weighed in on the land use process. So I'm going to be really careful by saying we can deny something simply because it's conventional or because we feel it doesn't have enough details. Maybe there are other reasonings we can provide to that, and we can organize ourselves around it. But there's a reason why there's a conventional and there's a state statute that supports that. And I just want us to be very careful around that.
So Taiwo, thank you for clarifying that. But I guess currently, I know that's the direction moving forward once we have the UDO and the 2040 plan and everything in place. But currently, we don't have that. So I guess if we don't have additional details, then my question becomes, I mean, we're making a decision based on what is presented to us. And if there is not enough information provided, the council could make a decision and say no. But I guess I would look forward to response from our city attorney's office in our follow-up report. Thank you.
All right, Mr. Driggs?
Thank you, Mayor. I just wanted to clarify in this conversation, our zoning proceedings are legislative. They're not quasi-judicial. So we are not here to make a determination about whether certain laws have been adhered to. We make a determination about kind of the public interest as it relates. And for years, council has looked at conventional rezonings, and the concern has been what might be possible if we grant that conventional rezoning, what it might allow that we don't want. So if we objected, we would not be saying, we don't like conventional rezonings, you can't do that, and shame on you for bringing us a conventional rezoning. We would say that in this circumstance, some of the things that could happen under a conventional rezoning concern us. And therefore, we would be more comfortable entertaining a conditional rezoning where we know exactly what's going to happen. So think a little more about what you want to do and see if you can come in and exclude the things that might be allowed under a conventional by submitting a conditional. And we don't have to vote and turn it down. We just have to send back that message, if that's the way it looks like we're going, and encourage the petitioner to think in terms of a conditional rezoning that meets their requirements and doesn't arouse our concerns. Thank you.
All right, Ms. Watling, I'm sorry, Ms. Watlington?
Actually, Councilmember Driggs said exactly what I was getting at.
Yeah, I think that was a good way of looking at it. It's just about sending that's why we have these hearings that go until 10 o'clock, Mr.
Sorry,
Okay.
Victoria.
Okay, all right.
Trust me, you did me a favor. I love it.
Okay, all right. Is there any further discussion or questions about number 45, item 45? If not, could I have a motion to close the public hearing?
Absolutely, Driggs.
Could I have a second?
Watlington, second.
Thank you. All right, Mr. Winston?
Yes.
Mr. Mitchell?
Yes.
Ms. Ajmira?
Yes.
Mr. Driggs?
Yes.
Ms. Watlington?
Yes.
Ms. Johnson?
Yes.
Mr. Bakari?
Yes.
Mr. Graham?
Yes.
Okay, Mr. Eggleston?
Yes.
Okay. Yes? Oh, he's got to take, he's probably changing diapers and doing bottle feeding and all of that, so. It's nice to be a grandpa, Mr. Graham. Okay, so the next item on our agenda is item 46. It's rezoning petition 2020-140 by RJS Properties for approximately a half acre located on the southwest quadrant of the intersection of Zebulon, and Roswell's Ferry. It's in District 2. The current zoning is industrial conditional, and the requested zoning is urban residential conditional. Staff recommends approval of this petition. And so with that, we have one speaker, Mr. David Butts, and we'll have the staff do the presentation and the speaker to follow.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. 2020-140 is just about a half acre on Roswell's Ferry Road and Zebulon Avenue. The current zoning is I2 conditional. The proposed zoning is for UR2 conditional. You can see existing zoning. We do have a mix of industrial, residential, and some UR from a recent approval just on Zebulon Avenue as well. The Central District Plan, as amended by the previous rezoning petition 2007-106, does recommend industrial uses and greenway uses for this site. However, GDP does provide policy guidance for residential densities greater than 4 DUA. This petition does meet GDP policies for consideration of up to 17 dwelling units per acre. The proposal under this petition is to permit up to 8 single-family attached dwelling units, limiting the building height to 60 feet. We do commit to enhance architectural details as well as fully capped and detached lighting. One other element I'd like to point out on this plan that's not on the presentation is that the existing streetscape along Roswell's Ferry Road, and so I think there's some also pedestrian lighting that would be maintained, that wouldn't be disturbed or modified. I know that some recent improvements, so those would be maintained and preserved along that frontage. Staff does recommend approval of this petition. We do have some outstanding issues related to transportation, some technical revisions for site and building design to continue to work through. While it is inconsistent with the 93 district plan for heavy industrial uses, it is consistent with GDP policies supporting up to 17 DUA on the site. We'll be happy to take any questions following the petitioner's presentation. Thank you.
All right, Mr. Butts, Mr. David Butts,
Yes, ma'am.
do you have any comments?
No, thank you, Madam Mayor and members of City Council. Actually, Wendy, if we could move to slide 6. If you can see the parcel identified there falls within kind of the range of a recent rezoning of just over 11 acres to URC. Wendy, we can go to the next slide. That's this development. Our star is the half-acre parcel we're discussing. Wendy, the next slide. And that's our development here. We're working with to address the outstanding issues. We'll have those addressed by our zoning submittal. And other than that, I feel staff has done a great job presenting the case, and we're open to questions.
All right. Mr. Winston?
I just have the petitioner and staff look at my comments. September and October, November, as it relates to going from industrial to residential or residential to industrial. Thank you.
Okay. All right. Are there any other comments? Hearing no further comments.
Move to close, Driggs.
Mr. Driggs, thank you. And is there a second?
Johnson, second.
Ms. Johnson, thank you. All right. Mr. Winston?
Yes.
Mr. Mitchell?
Yes.
Ms. Ajmira?
Yes.
Mr. Driggs?
Yes.
Ms. Watlington?
Yes.
Ms. Johnson?
Yes.
Mr. Bakari?
Yes.
Mr. Graham?
Yes.
And Mr. Eggleston?
Yes.
All right, so thank you very much. Our next petition is Agenda Item 47. It's petition 2020-149 by White Point Partners, approximately 1 acre in the western quadrant of the intersection of Kingston and South Boulevard in District 3. The current zoning is mixed-use development optional, transit-oriented development mixed-use optional. The proposed zoning is transit-oriented development urban center. Staff recommends approval of this petition, and Ms. Lenz has Ms. Lenz, Mr. Brown, Mr. Lavelle, and Mr. Trowbridge. You'll have an opportunity to comment as well. That presentation.
Yep. Thank you, Madam Mayor. 2020-149, our last petition of this evening is about 1 acre. It's on South Boulevard and East Kingston Avenue. The existing zoning is both TOD M optional as well as MUD conditional plan shown in that hatched colored area. The South End Transit Station area plan from 2005 recommends mixed use transit-supported development for the subject site, which would be consistent with TOD zoning. Staff does recommend approval of this petition. As mentioned, it is consistent with the South End Transit Station area plan. It's within a half-mile walk of the East-West Boulevard station on the Lynx Blue Line. And so, again, we do recommend approval. It is a conventional petition, and we'll be happy to take any questions following presentation by Ms. Lenz or Mr. Brown. Thank you.
All right, Ms. Lenz? Ms. Lenz? Did we lose your internet connection? No, there we are.
Good evening. Good evening, Mayor Lyles, members of City Council. Brittany Lenz again with Alexander Ricks. Just have a couple points to say about this petition. As you'll see, it's the 2 parcels that are starred, and it is within a block of the east-west light rail stop. Everything around it is currently zoned Todd UC. Its current zoning is Todd M with an optional provision and MUD. Those parcels would have been part of the realignment rezoning for Todd UC if they hadn't had those conditional plans on them. So we're just really using this almost as a corrective zoning to put these back to the Todd UC that they would have been aligned to. The plan recommends Todd, and we're happy to have staff support. Wendy, if you wouldn't mind going to the next slide real quick, and then the slide after that. This is a petition by White Point Partners. I have Jay Lavelle and Justin Trowbridge on the line as well to help answer any questions, but just wanted to highlight some of the projects that they've done, some really great adaptive reuse projects in the area. I think you guys probably know the White Point name well, but wanted to make sure that I hit that point as well. So if you have any questions, I'm here, as well as Jay Lavelle, Justin Trowbridge, and I believe Colin Brown is on the line as well.
All right. Are there any questions by the council for the staff or the petitioner? Hearing no questions, do I have a motion?
Closed, Driggs.
And I knew I have a second?
Johnson, second.
All right. All right, Mr. Winston?
Yes.
Mr. Mitchell?
Yes.
Ms. Ajmira?
Yes.
Mr. Driggs?
Certainly.
Ms. Swatlington?
Yes.
Ms. Johnson?
Yes.
Mr. Bakari?
Yes, does it Malcolm have a baby right there? What's going on?
Yes, yes, hold the baby up, Malcolm.
I was doing double duty.
Oh, I know. There you are. Turn around, turn around.
We vote yes.
Yes, oh my gosh. Oh, he is, oh, just beautiful, so beautiful. Tell everybody, tell people, oh, I'm sorry. Mr. Eggleston, would you vote yes, please?
Yes, I would.
All right, and now, Mr. Graham, will you tell us about the baby? Tell Courtney, like, I'm surprised she let you hold it.
First grandson, Carter Logan, a month old, and he doesn't know whether he wants to go to sleep or stay awake, so. Yeah. He says, hurry up, please.
I know which one I choose.
Yes, I choose too, yes.
All right, well, thank you for giving us a great reason to feel good at the end of this meeting, and I want to say thank you to all of the council members. I know that we sometimes have to modify things pretty quickly, but that's just the way the world works, and I really appreciate everybody. And I want to say to everyone, this week is a very sacred week if you are in the Christian faith, and so thank you. Hanukkah is over, Kwanzaa is coming up. It is just a great time to celebrate, and we're grateful for everyone that makes it possible in this community, all of our police officers, our firefighters, the people that have kept our city clean and through the storms, and all of the folks, just really appreciate everyone that works, every employee that works in this organization, I think should be very proud of the work that we've done this year with COVID. And I'm especially grateful to my colleagues on the council for the opportunities we've had to serve through our CARES Act. I have not seen any other city that has really moved as quickly and as forward. If you look at all of the data that I've seen, it really does lend itself to some really great work. So thanks, everyone, and God bless, and all of your families and friends. Be well, be safe, be healthy, wear your mask, wash your hands, and keep your social distance. And remember to take the wishbone out of the turkey and make a wish for a really better 2021. Do I have a motion to adjourn?
So moved.
We have a motion
Merry
and a
Christmas,
second.
Happy New Year, everybody.
Yeah, thank you, everyone. Happy holidays.